and share. I'm gonna share this. Yeah, Freddy Fazbear. Alrighty. Yeah, Freddy Fazbear. Well, it's gonna be so exciting. Showing the ideas for the second rewritten. At least I could get the ideas ready for 2026. This song is so this is gonna be hype. We're start the 3 minute mark like we did last time. First, we're gonna read the sneak peek at the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 rewritten. This is gonna come out in 2026. It is the sequel to the first rewritten, and in this live stream, you're gonna get a sneak peek at 2 idea scenes, idea descriptions. So yeah, you're gonna get a sneak peek at 2 idea descriptions. This is exclusive to the live stream. How exciting, right? These ideas are subject to change. They're not going to be the final idea, and it's most likely to change. But for now, this is what I'm going to keep as an idea. We're going to wait for some people to arrive. Alrighty. We're going to wait for people to arrive. While we wait, we're going to see if we can find a silly little Freddy Fazbear video. I know Freddy Fazbear is breaking the video. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Freddy Fazbear. We're going to start in like maybe at the 5 minute mark. We'll start soon. Alrighty. So this is a sneak peek at Five Nights at Freddy's 2 Rewritten. As I said, I am making a sequel, but this is not going to come out until 2026. Since the movie comes out in 2025, it's going to take some time to rewrite this. But these are the 2 ideas I have for the story, the second one. So I'm going to share the ideas. And the tagline, as with the first one, means something with the sequel. When was the last time you smiled there? The music follows you and us. This will mean something in the story, like with the first one. The first one was go back to where it all started and witness the first. These taglines are gonna mean something in the story. There's no the final runtime is unknown for now. The main theme is right out there. You can listen to it right now. It is rated R. All my rewritten versions are gonna be rated R. They're gonna be very gruesome and like they're not gonna be toned down. I just shut that down. Stop Freddy Fazbear. All right, so because this project is known as barely in development, not much planned progress is known yet. The only thing I will tell you is that, unlike the first rewritten, Abby plays a big part in this. Her character will have development in this, like more development, unlike the first rewritten. We wanted the first rewritten to be focused on Mike and Vanessa. We wanted their characters to have more in the spotlight, and especially Mike. But the second one will focus on Abby's character and all that. So that's what we wanted to do in this one. So yeah, you're gonna see that as we read the previews. So take a look at the description scenes for the upcoming sequel for Rewritten. As you can see, this is the sneak peek poster. Well, here it is. It's subject to change. This is not going to be the final poster. All right. Chapter 3, Abby's Dream Sequence 1. Just like Mike, Abby will have some dream sequences, and these are going to mean something in the story. This is what my idea is for like the rewritten version. It's quite difficult for Abby. She's in a class where sometimes she is getting along with some classmates, but others not so much. Some still think she is crazy for talking to her so called friends. Sometimes there are mean people. They bully her a lot. As Abby is going through the lockers, she finds a piece of string. Weird, this was not here before. She pulls the string as she enters some sort of prize corner area. "Where am I?" she responds. The music, it sounds calm, not like the music she heard back in the old place. This looks like the old pizzeria, but it looks new and not damaged. Abby spots the string on the floor as she runs up to the string as the string escapes on its own. "Get back here," Abby says. Abby follows the string as the music gets slower and slower. Abby follows until she stops in her tracks. She spots a box. The music stops as well. She looks and reads into the sign. Prize corner. She walks up to the box as she feels no fear. She isn't aware of what dangers are hidden within. She stops the winding on the box. As she pulls the box open, she pulls her head to look inside the box. Slowly looking closer, she spots nothing. Huh, that's strange. I swear there was. Abby turns as she gets scared by a screaming puppet figure with a boy voice screaming, "Save us, save us, save us." Abby falls to the ground as she yells in fear. She has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The puppet turns his head around, crawling like a spider, and keeps screaming, "Save me!" Abby screams out, "Leave me alone!" A scream is heard. It sounds like Miss Lydian. Abby wakes up to see she's back in her seat in class. But I was just in the pizzeria. I saw something, a puppet with. The others in class laugh at her, thinking she is crazy. Maybe she should be taken to the mental asylum, like her brother. Miss Lydian yells at Denny. "Denny, that's enough." Abby is stressing out. Why are these things haunting her? Who is this puppet creature? She runs off to the classroom as she puts her hoodie as she is leaving. Her head is getting surrounded with the others. Is there more of them? No one believes her. They think she is crazy. "Is there something wrong with me?" she says. She puts on her hoodie as she sits on the bench alone. Let's hope the nightmare ends soon. This isn't the life Abby wanted. She wants to be a normal kid. She doesn't feel normal. Alrighty. And now we're gonna get to the chapter question mark, a death scene. This is one of the death scenes. Let's get with the death scene. A man enters the room, calling out for his wife. "Honey, I'm home." The man calls out again. No answer. "Strange, I brought pie for Christmas, and the caramel and honey. Where is she?" The man walks up to place the pie in the fridge. As he lifts up and turns up the light a bit. "It's dark in here. Let's just." A shadow shows glowing eyes and a giggle. As the poor man doesn't see a knife swipe a little bit of his hand. The man slams his other hand at the figure as the lights go on and off. As the figure goes from one area to another, the man grabs a telescope, a small one, but that's the only thing he has to protect himself. "Leave my house or I'll call the cops." The light stops flickering as the man thinks he's safe. He turns around to see a rotten flesh yellow bunny pinning him to the walls and choking him to the walls. From the darkness, the white rabbit dashes and with the knife stabs the man in the walls. The rotten yellow rabbit tilts his head. The white rabbit says nothing. Just nothing in those blank dead eyes. Later on, we see a lady trying to call back Mike after the whole argument. She seems worried about the dude. No response. She just turns the phone off and turns the lights off to get ready for bed. The woman calls for her husband. He wasn't answering earlier. All right, honey, it's time to go to sleep. Honey? The lights flicker on and off. She seems to not hear her husband. She yells, thinking her husband is playing a prank on her. Honey, are you being funny? This is no time for jokes. The music in the speaker plays. That sounds like my grandfather's clock. I know that the lady doesn't finish her sentence as we see a fan turning on as the papers ruin the lady's view. We see the white rabbit with her mask looking at her with a sinister smile. Nothing is heard as she gets closer to the area to open the door with her husband's head up, cut up in a Fazbear suit as she yells. She runs to the door. She is pushed through the glass by Springtrap in the shadows out of nowhere. The poor lady is falling to her death as she falls into the car pavement, blowing up into a bloody mess. The white rabbit moves her hips forward and pops up, just to stare at the dead body in a sinister smile. She activates the red eyes of some new friends. Springtrap grasps his hand and cackles. You did good, Fanny. Abby wakes up and hears noise in her window. She checks and looks to see the lady hang as the writing shows. There are no strings on me. Thanks for joining the preview livestream look. Only on Fredbear's channel, December 31st, 2026. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 rewritten. And those are the looks and previews of Five Nights at Freddy's 2 rewritten. The full story will be available on December 31st, 2026. Now we're going to get to the upcoming projects. This is going to be hype. No, this is going to be hype, the upcoming projects. Now you're already excited for this, the upcoming projects. Alrighty. Some of these were already announced, and some of these weren't announced yet. So I've been working on some of these. As we have Sonic Forces Rewritten, that is coming out on January 1st. We also have one that I've been working on the sidelines. I want to focus more on the stories and not much on. I have been working on videos, but I want to like give you guys more stories. I have Sonic Forces Rewritten that comes out in January 1st, 2025. Yesterday there was a limited edition private screening of the Sonic Forces Rewritten. That'll be back available for all of you on January 1st, 2025. We have Has Been Hotel Rewritten. This is season one. This is a rewritten version of season one. This is almost complete, and there will be a preview somewhere around Christmas. And we have the Japanese version of Five Nights at Freddy's Rewritten. It is set to release on Valentine's Day. And the cut scenes that were not in the original will be on this one. There's a scene that is too graphic that I don't think y'all will be able to handle, but it will be in this version as well. Let's show the other things we got. All right, we got Chica, the quest for the perfect Christmas gift. This will be released on December 5, 2024. It is already complete and it's going to be, I mean, it's a Christmas story, but like it's going to be a goofy Christmas story. We're going to need something happy to like be happy. So this is going to be a goofy Christmas story. It's not meant to be taken seriously, so yeah. Sonic Dynasty. A sneak peek of this will be released when the Sonic Movie 3 comes out. This is a project I had in the works for a very long time. It is a Shadow the Hedgehog in Sonic IDW tribute video. Chica School Shenanigans. This is the like sequel to the third installment of the Chica storyline. So we got that one. The Five Nights at Freddy's Spanish version, the rewritten Spanish version of Rewritten. So we have the Japanese version and the Spanish version. The Spanish version will be released somewhere around 2025, but we don't know when. But it will release in 2025. I assure you that it will be released somewhere in 2025. All right. Chica Final Days. Now this is gonna be an interesting one. We don't know when. I don't know when this is gonna come out, but it is gonna come out next year in 2025. We also have Insidious, The Red Door. This is a project where you're gonna make choices. Like there's gonna be two choices in this. Like you have two endings. This is like rewritten where you had two endings, but like there's gonna be different endings in this. We have Scream versus Five Nights at Freddy's. It is still in its works, but we have like different like versions of this. And I found a version that I really liked. So I'm gonna be sharing that perhaps somewhere around next year. Finally, Late Night at Freddy's. This is the sequel to Summer Night at Freddy's. I think a lot of you are gonna enjoy the sequel, Late Night at Freddy's. All right. In Freddy's Land. Freddy's Land is gonna be featured here. Now this is gonna get a lot of you excited. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 rewritten. This is a one that I think y'all are gonna get hyped for, but this will take some time. This and I have another project. It's a Shadow the Hedgehog like story project. I have Sonic the Hedgehog 3 rewritten and a Shadow the Hedgehog project. This is gonna take some time. Like this is actually gonna take some time. This isn't gonna release like this year or next year anytime soon. This is gonna take some time. But I promise this is gonna we're gonna try our best to make like rewrite like or like do some things and all that. But it's gonna take time. Little Nightmares and Five Nights at Freddy's crossover story. This is almost complete. We are almost done with the Little Nightmares and Five Nights at Freddy's crossover story, and it will be releasing in the fall, so maybe August. All right. The Amanda Young comic series. We have a Saw comic series in the works. The Untitled Amphibia Owl House crossover project. It is unknown when this will release, and it's a comic series as well. We have it in the works, and it's gonna slowly like turn it into a comic series. Untitled Five Nights at Freddy's slasher story series. Now this is gonna be exciting. It's in my mind, and I know what we're gonna make with this. The Plushies Take Manhattan plush series is being like it's an idea, and like we're making it with paper. So at some point, somewhere around 2027, we should have it ready. Now, a lot of you wanted like uh Five Nights at Freddy's rewritten to become a movie, right? When I said like at some point I'll turn Five Nights at Freddy's rewritten, my version, into a movie, you guys wanted me to make it into a movie, right? And I said when I have the materials and all that, turn it into a movie, right? That's what this is. Project 2028. I am going to try and work hard, get the materials, and turn Five Nights at Freddy's Rewritten into a movie. And we are going to attempt that in like Project 2028. Let's hope this goes well though. We're gonna try that. We're gonna do our best to turn Five Nights at Freddy's Rewritten into a film. All right, let's get to Five Nights at Freddy's 2 Rewritten. As you saw with the preview, this is in its planned progress development. It is not going to release anytime soon. It will release in 2026, December 31st, 2026. So yeah, um, this is oh yeah, and also the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 Rewritten is gonna be like as you saw with the both previews, it is going to be focused on Abby's character. The first Rewritten was focused on Mike and Vanessa. Their story was already told there. And Abby, we didn't want to focus the first one on Abby. We wanted it to focus on Mike and Vanessa. Their story was told, and we wanted the second one to focus on Abby as this is going to be her story, her journey. Now, Five Nights at Freddy's 3 Rewritten. It is unknown when this will release, but we will be working on it. Now, my fan version of Five Nights at Freddy's 4. This is my version of a fan version of the Five Nights at Freddy's 4. We are unsure when this will release, but it will release somewhere, sometime. All right. Fazbear. Fazbear is an upcoming origin story for Freddy Fazbear. It is a animated origin story made in Blender. It is not set to release anytime soon. These are the projects that are not set to release anytime soon, but are going to be made in the future. FNAF World Rewritten. Okay, we got the FNAF World Rewritten. If you know what FNAF World is, then FNAF World. Five Nights at Freddy's Sister Location Rewritten. We got that in our ideas. Fredbear's Family Diner Rewritten. This is a Fredbear Family Diner is going to be focused on the origins of the diner. Afton Robotics. Afton Robotics is going to be the story of William Afton and Clara Afton, how they met and how things went down and how terrible the things have happened to Afton and what happened to his story. So those are the upcoming projects for Fredbear's channel. Thank you very much. And now it's time we read The Silver Eyes. We might not read all of it, but Okay. Share the next screen. I share the screen. Oh my god, guys. We're gonna read The Silver Eyes. So, yeah. Oh god, I forgot oh no, I think I already shared the Strangers project. Oh crap, I didn't share the Strangers project. I might as well share that with y'all. I forgot to tell you about the Strangers project. That was gonna release in Halloween next year. I just share that real quick. Share the Strangers project. Here it is. And here, I'm just gonna share this real quick. The Strangers project. It consists of The Stranger's Cursed Legacy, Drowning Nightmares, and the final chapter. This is all gonna take release in October 2025, most likely. All these three is gonna release on October 31st, 2025. So yeah, that's the Strangers project. All right, it's time to read The Silver Eyes. We're gonna start reading The Silver Eyes. So yeah, we looked into the projects. If you can say what your most excited upcoming project is, you can say it in the comments. Oh yeah, and the digital poster. I forgot to give you guys the digital poster. Let me give that quickly to you guys. Let's quickly give you the digital poster. We're gonna be giving you guys the poster. So yeah, we got all those projects in the works. Oh yeah, and we also forgot one more thing. This is gonna be hype. Hold on, let's give you guys a sneak peek at one project. Wonder what it could be. I wonder what this project could be. It's going to be very soon, the Super Mario Bros. Movie Rewritten. We're going to show this a sneak peek very soon, somewhere around January. We're going to have this ready, like a sneak peek in January. So be on the lookout for that. Let's see, we have something else ready for you as well before we get to the story. 24 hours, an original story. This is going to release in 2026. It is a slasher story. This is my original story. It is a slasher story, a home invasion horror story. So yeah, this is a home invasion horror story. We forgot to announce that as well. We had the 24-hour horror story. We have many of these. So you're gonna get like different stories of the 24-hour franchise. So let's see what else we got. We had some other announcements. I think that's it. Boximals, of course, we forgot Boximals. So we had like a box. We have an originals series. It's 2 parts. It's called Boximals. Let's see if I can find it. This is going to release somewhere around December, like this year. Like we're gonna release Boximals. The plot synopsis is: in a magical box world, we follow colorful animals who need to learn friendship to work together for an upcoming boxing tournament. But when a journey to the outside of their box world begins, it shows them how to improve on their friendship. So yeah, that's Boximals. These are the only projects that are in the works, but we're gonna release Boximals very soon. Can't wait to show you my original project, Boximals. Boximals is an original project, and we can't wait to show you Boximals. So yeah, now that we showed you that, we're gonna get ready to read the story. Now, let's get ready to read The Silver Eyes. Y'all ever read this, like The Silver Eyes? We're gonna be here for a while. Read The Silver Eyes. I don't know if we should read the entire. Maybe we'll just read a little bit. We are in chapter 1 after all. We should read from chapter 1 to like chapter 7, like we did last time. Like this is just like part 1. Yeah. Alrighty. Chapter 1. Let's go. He sees me. Charlie drops to her hands and knees. She was wedged between a row of arcade games, cramped in the crawl space between the consoles and the walls. Tangled electrical cords and useless plugs strew beneath her. She was concerned. The only way out was past the thing, and she wasn't fast enough to make it. She could see him stalking back and forth, clackering flickers of movement through the gaps between the games. There was scarcely enough room to move, but she tried to crawl backwards. Her foot caught on a cord. She stopped, contouring herself, to carefully dislodge it. She heard the clash of metal on metal, and the farthest console rocked back against the wall. He hit it again, shattering the display, then attacking the next, crashing against him, almost rhythmically, tearing through the machinery, coming closer. I had to get out. I had to. The panic thought was of no help. There was no way out. Her arm ached and she wanted to sob out loud. Blood soaked through the tattered bandages, and it seems as though she can feel it draining out of her. The console, only a few feet away, crashed against the wall, and Charlie flinched. He was getting closer. She can hear the grinding of gears and the clicking of servos ever louder. Eyes closed, she can still see the way he looked at her, see the mated fur and the exposed metal between the flesh. Suddenly, the consoles in front of her were wrenched away. It toppled over, thrown down like a toy. The power cords beneath her hands and knees were yanked away, and Charlie slipped, almost falling. She caught herself and looked up just in time to see the downward swing of a hook. Welcome to Hurricane Utah. Charlie smiled, looking at the sign, and kept driving. The world didn't look any different from one side of the sign to the other, but she felt a nervous anticipation as she passed it. That she didn't recognize anything. Then again, she hadn't really expected to. Not this far at the edge of town, where it was all halfway in empty spaces. She wondered what the others would look like, who they were now. 10 years ago, they'd been best friends. And then it happened, and everything ended. At least for Charlie. She hadn't seen any of them since she was 7 years old. They hadn't ridden all the time as kids, especially Marla, who wrote like she talked fast and incoherent. But as they got older, they have grown apart. The letters have grown fewer and further between, and the conversations leading up to this trip has been confrontatory and full of awkward pauses. Charlie repeated their names as though they reassured herself that she still remembered them. Marla, Jessica, Lamar, Carlton, John, Michael. Michael was the reason for this trip. After all, it was 10 years since he died. 10 years since it happened, and now his parents wanted them all together for the dedication ceremony. They wanted all his old friends there, and when they announced the scholarship they were creating in his name, Charlie knew it was a good thing to do, but gathering still felt slightly McCrabe. She shivered and turned down the air conditioning, even though she knew it was not cold. As he drove into the town center, Charlie began to recognize things. A few stores and the movie theater, which is now advertising the summer blockbuster hit. She felt a brief moment of surprise, then smiled at herself. Did you expect that the whole place would be unchanged? A monument of moments of your departure? Frozen forever in July 1985? Well, that's what exactly what she had expected. She looked at her watch, still a few hours to kill before they all met up. She thought about going to the movies, but she knew what she really wanted to do. Charlie made a left turn and headed out of town. 10 minutes later, she pulled to a stop and got out. The house loomed up before her, its dark outline and a wounded in the bright blue sky. Charlie leaned back against the car, slightly dizzy. She took a moment to steady herself with deep breaths. She has known it would be here. An inside look through her aunt's bank books a few years later, before had told her that the mortgage was paid off and that Aunt Jen was still paying property taxes. It has only been 10 years, and there's no reason it should change at all. Charlie climbs the steps slowly, taking in the peeling paint. The third stair still has a loose board, and the rose bushes had taken over one side of the porch. Their thorns bite hungrily into the woods. The door was locked, but Charlie still had her key. She had never actually used it, as she took it from around her neck and slid it into the lock. She remembered her father putting the chains around her neck in case you ever need it. Well, she needed it now. The door opened easily, and Charlie looked around. She didn't remember much about the first couple of years here. She has only been 3 years old, and all the memories she has faded together in the blur of a child's grief and loss of not understanding why her mother had to go away, clinging to her father every moment, not trusting the world around her unless he was there, unless she was holding tightly to him, burying herself in the flannel shirts and the smell of grease and hot metal and ham. The stairs stood straight up in front of her, but she did not move directly to them. Instead, she went into the living room, where all the furniture was still in place. She had not really noticed it as a child, but the house was spread out too widely in order to fill the space. The coffee table was too far from the couch to reach. The easy chair was too far across the room to carry on a conversation. There was a dark stain in the wooden floorboards near the center of the room. Charlie stepped around it and quickly went into the kitchen, where the cupboards held only a few pots and plants and dishes. Charlie has never felt a lack of anything as a child, but it seems now that the unnecessary house was sort of an apology. The attempt of a man who has lost so much to give his daughter what he could. He's always been an overdoing of what he did. The last time she was here, the house has been dark and everything felt wrong. She was carried up to the stairs to her bedroom. Although she was 7 years old and could have gone quicker on her own 2 feet, but Aunt Jen had stopped on the front porch to pick her up and carried her, shielding her face as though she was a baby in the glaring sun. In her room, Aunt Jen sat Charlie down and closed the bedroom door behind them. She told her to pack her suitcase, and Charlie had cried because all her things could never fit in a small case. We can come back for the rest later, Aunt Jen says, her impatience leaking through as Charlie hovered indecently under the dresser, trying to decide what t-shirts to bring along. They have never come back for the rest. Charlie mounted the stairs, heading to her old bedroom. The door was cracked. As she opened it, she had a giddy feeling of disappointment, as though her younger self might be sitting there among her toys. Might look up and ask Charlie, "Who are you?" Charlie went in. Like the rest of the house in her bedroom was untouched. The walls were pale pink, and the ceiling, which sloped dramatically on the side to follow the line of the roof, was painted to a match. Her old bed was still stood against the wall beneath a large window. The mattress was still intact, though the sheets were gone. The window was cracked slightly open, and rotting lace curtains waving in the Geechee's breeze from outside. There was a dark water stain in the paint beneath the window, where the weather has gotten in over the years, betraying the house neglect. Charlie climbed onto the bed and forced the window shut. It obeyed with a screech, and Charlie stepped back and turned her attention to the rest of the room, to her father's creations. The first night in the house, Charlie has been afraid to sleep alone. She did not remember the night, but her father had told her about it often, that the story has taken on the quality of a memory. She sat up and wailed until her father came to find her, until he scooped her up and held her and promised her he would make sure she was never alone again. The next morning, he took her by the hand and led her to the garage, where he set to work keeping the promise. The first of his inventions was a purple rabbit, now gray with age from years and sitting in the sunlight. Her father had named him Fedor. He was the size of a 3-year-old child, her size at the time, and he had a plush fur, shining eyes, and a dapper red bow tie. He didn't do much, only waved a hand, tilted his head to the side, and said in her father's voice, "I love you, Charlie." But it was enough to give her a night watcher, someone to keep her company. When she could not sleep, right now, Fedor sat in a white wicker chair in the far corner of the room. Charlie waved at him, but not activated. He did not wave back. After Fedor, the toys got more complex. Some worked, some did not. Some seemed to have permanent glitches, while others simply did not appeal to Charlie's childish imagination. She knew her father took those back to his workshop and recycled them for parts, though she did not like to watch them be dismantled. But the ones that were kept, those she loved, they were here now, looking at her expectantly. Smiling, Charlie pushed the button beside her bed as it gave way stiffly, but nothing happened. She pushed it again, holding it down longer, and this time across the room, and with the very creak of metal on metal, the unicorn began to move. The unicorn, Charlie has named him Stanley, for some reason she could no longer remember, was made of metal and has become painted glossy white. He trundled around the room on a circular track, bobbing his head stiffly and down. The track became squeezy as Stanley rounded the corner and came to a stop behind the bed. Charlie kneeled beside him on the floor and patted his flank. His glossy paint was chipped and peeling, and his face has given over to the rust. His eyes were lively, gazing out of the decay. "You need a new coat of paint, Stanley," Charlie said. The unicorn stared ahead, unresponsive. At the foot of the bed there was a wheel made of patched together metal. It always reminded her of something that she might find on a submarine. Charlie turns it. It stuck for a moment, then gave away, rotating as it always did. And across the room the smallest closet door swung open. Out sailed Ella on her track, a child-sized doll bearing a teacup and saucer in her tiny hands. Like an offering, Ella was pawn dressed with still crisp and her patient leather shoes still shone. Perhaps the closet had protected her from the damages of the damp. Charlie had an identical outfit back when she and Ella were the same height. "Hi, Ella," she said softly. As the wheel unwounds, Ella retreats to the closet again. The door closes behind her. Charlie follows her. The closet has been built up to align with the span of the ceiling, and there were three of them. Ella lives in the short one, which is about 3.5 feet tall. Next to it was a foot or so taller, and a third closing to the bedroom door. Was that the same height as the rest of the room? She smiles, remembering. "Why do you have three closets?" Jonas demanded. The first time he came over, she looks at him blankly, confused by the question. "Because that's how many there are," she said finally. She points defensively to the little one. "That one? Ella?" "Anyways," she added. John nodded, satisfied. Charlie shook her head and opened the door to the middle closet, or tried to. The knob stopped with a jolt. It was locked. She rattled it a few times but gave it up without much conviction. She stayed crouched low to the floor without much glance at the tallest closet. Her big girl closet that she would someday grow into. She won't need it until you're bigger, her father would say. But that day never came. The door now hung open slightly, but Charlie didn't disturb it. It hadn't opened for her yet. It had only given way to time. As she moved to stand, she noticed something shiny, half hidden under the rim of the locked middle door. She leaned forward to pick it up. It looks like a broken off piece of a circuit board. She smiled slightly. Nuts, bolts, scraps, and parts have turned up all over the place. Once upon a time, her father always had stray parts in his pockets. He would carry around something he was working on, set it down, and forget where it was. Or worse, put something aside for safekeeping never to be seen again. There was also a stray for hair clinging to it. She unwound it and carefully from the tiny lip of metal it was stuck on it. Okay. Finally, as though she had put it off, Charlie crosses the room and picks up Theodore. His back had not faded in the sun like the front of his body, and it was not the same rich dark purple she remembered. She presses the button at the base of his neck, but he remains lifeless. His fur was there bared, one ear hanging loose by a single running thread, and through the hole she could see the green plastic of his circuit board. Charlie held her breath, listening fearfully for something. I, oh, Lee. The rabbit says with a bearable audio halting noise. And Charlie sits him down, her face hot and her chest pinched tight. She had not really expected to hear her father's voice again. I love you too. Charlie looks around the room when was a child. It has only been her own magical world, and she was possessive of it. Only a few chosen friends were even outside allowed inside it. Only a few of her chosen friends were even allowed inside. She went to her bed and set Stanley, moving on his tracks again. She left closing the door behind her before the little unicorn came to a halt. She went out the back door to the driveway and stopped in front of the garage that had been her father's workshop. Half buried in the gravel and a few feet away was a piece of metal, and Charlie went to pick it up. It was jointed in the middle, and she held it in her hands, smiling a little. As she bent back and forth, an elbow joint, she thought. I wonder who that was going to belong to. She had stood in this exact spot many times before. She closes her eyes, and the memory overwhelms her. She was a little girl again, sitting on the floor of her father's workshop, playing with the scraps of wood as though they were toy blocks, trying to build a tower with the uneven pieces. It was hot and she was sweaty. Grim sticking to her legs as she sat in her shorts and sneakers. She could almost smell the sharp metallic odor of the irons. Her father was nearby, never out of sight, working on Stanley the unicorn. Stanley's face was still unfinished, one side white and shining and friendly, with a gleaming brown eye that seemed almost to see. The other half of the toy's face was all exposed with circuit boards and metal parts. Charlie's father looked at her and smiled, and she smiled back, beloved, in a look of smiling. In a dark corner beneath her father, barely visible, hung a jumble of metal limbs, a twisted skeleton with a burning silver eyes. Every once in a while it gave an uncanny twitch. Charlie never tried to look at it, but as her father worked, she paid she played with her makeshift toys. Her eyes was drawn back to it again and again. The limbs contorted, seemed almost like it's mocking her. The thing a ghastly gesture, and yet there was something about it that suggested enormous pain. Daddy, Charlie says, and her father did not look up from his work. Daddy, she says again, more urgently, and this time he turns to her slowly, as though not fully present in the world. What do you need, sweetie? She points at the metal skeleton. Does it hurt? She wanted to ask the question, but when she looks into her father's eyes, she found she could not. She shook her head. Nothing. He nodded at her with an absent smile and went back to work. Behind him, the creature gave another awful twitch, and his eyes are still burning. Charlie shivered and drew herself back to the present. As she glanced behind her, feeling exposed, she looks down and gazes fixed on something. Three wily spaces groove in the ground. She kneels and thoughtfully and ran her finger over one of them. The gravel was rolled away. The marks wound heavily into the dirt. A camera tiptoes of some sort. It was the first unfamiliar thing she'd seen. The door, the workshop, was cracked open slightly, inviting, but she felt no desire to go inside. Quickly, she heads back to her car, but she stops as soon as she settles into the driver car. But her keys were gone, having probably fallen out of her pocket somewhere inside the house. She retraces her steps, merely glancing into the living room and kitchen before heading up to her bedroom. The keys were on the wicker chair, besides Theodore the rabbit. She picks them up and jingles them for a moment, not quite ready to leave the room behind. She sits down on the bed, as Stanley the unicorn had stopped behind the bed, as he always did. As she sat, she patted him absently on the head. It was growing dark while she was outside, and the room is bright with sunlight. The toys fall and disintegrate were thrown into sharp relief. Theodore's eyes were no longer shown, and his thin fur was hanging with the ears, making him look like a sickly vagabond. When she looked down at Stanley, the rust around his eyes made them look like hollow sockets, and his bared teeth, which she always thought of a smile, became awful, a knowing grin of a skull. Charlie stood up, careful not to touch him, and hurried toward the door, but her foot caught on the wheel beside the bed. She tripped on the tracks and fell sprawling to the floor. There was a whirl of spinning metal as she raised her head. A small pair of feet appeared under her nose, clad in a shining painted leather. She looked up, and there above her was Ella, staring down at her, silent and uninviting. Her glassy eyes almost appeared to be seeing. The teacup, the saucer were held up before her with a military stiffness. Charlie got up cautiously, and taking care to not disturb the doll, she left the room, stepping carefully to avoid accidents of activating any other toys. As Charlie went, Ella retreated to her closet, almost matching her pace. Charlie hurried down the stairs, seized by an urgency to get away in the car. She fumbles the key 3 times before sliding it into place. She backs into a highway and too fast down, sliding into place. She backs too fast down the hallway, running recklessly over the grass of a front yard, and sped running recklessly. After 1 mile, Charlie pulls over the shoulder and, with her breaking the window jills, her eyes focus on nothing. She forces herself to breathe slowly. She reaches up and adjusts the rear view mirror so she can see herself. She always expected to see pain, anger, and sorrow written on her face, but they were never there. Her cheeks were pink and her round face looked almost cheerful. Like always, her first week living with Aunt Jen, she heard the same thing over and over when Aunt Jen introduced her. What a pretty child, what a happy looking child she is. Charlie always looked like she was about to smile. Her brown eyes always sparkling with and wide, her thin mouth ready to curve up, even when she wanted to sob. The incongruity was a mid-betrayal. She ran her fingers through her light brown hair as though that would magically fix its light fizziness and put the mirror back into position. She turned the car back on and searched for a radio station, hoping the music might bring her back to reality. She flips from the station to station, not really hearing what any of them were playing, and finally settled on a broadcast where a host who seems to be yelling at the audience constantly. She has no idea what he was talking about, but the brash and annoying sound was enough to bring her back to the present. The clock in the car was always wrong, so she checked her watch. It was almost time to meet her friends at the diner they have chosen, near the center of the town. Charlie pulls back onto the road and drove, letting the sound of the angry talk radio host soothe her mind. When she reached the restaurant, Charlie pulled into a lot and stopped, but did not park. The front of the diner had a long picture window across it, and she could not see right inside the area, though she has not seen them for years. It took her a moment to spot her friends through the glass. Jessica was easiest to pick out from the crowd. She always enclosed pictures with her letters, and right now she looks exactly like her last photo. Even seated, she was clearly taller than either of the boys, and very thin. Though Charlie could not see her whole outfit, she was wearing a loose white shirt and a vest, and she had a brim hat burdened her glossy shoulders, light brown hair, with an enormous flower threatening to tip off her head. She was justly excited about something as she spoke. The two boys were sitting next to each other, facing her. Carlton looked like an older version of his redhead childhood self. He still had a bit of a baby face, but his feature had refined, and his hair was carefully tousled and held in place by some hair product. He was almost pretty for a boy, and he wore a black workout shirt, though she doubted he ever worked out in his day in his life. He slouched forward on the table, resting his chin in his hands. Beside him, John sat closest to the window. John has been the kind of the child who got dirty before he even wanted to go outside. There would be paint on his shirt before the teacher handed out the watercolors, grass stains on his knees before they came near the playground, and dirt under his fingernails just after he washes his hands. Charlie knew its fingernails just after he washes his hands because they had to be. But he looked completely different. The grubbiness of the childhood has been replaced by something crisp and clean. He is now wearing a neatly pressed light green button-down shirt. The sleeves roll up and the collar is open, preventing him from looking to the uptight. He was leaning back confidently in the booth, nodding essentially, apparently absorbed in whatever Jessica was saying. The only concession to his former self was his hair sticking up all over his head, and he had a 5 o'clock shadow, smug, an adult version of the dirt he was always covered in as a kid. Charlie smiled to herself. John had been something like her childhood crush. Before either of them really understood what that meant, he gave her cookies from his Transformers lunchbox. Guys, Transformers is canon in FNAF. That's actually kind of wild. I didn't know Transformers was canon in FNAF. Transformers lunchbox. That's actually kind of wild. Who knew Transformers was canon to FNAF? That's actually kind of wild. Oh my god. Transformers in the Silver Eyes? Wow, that's actually kind of wild. Transformers lunchbox. Oh my god. And once in kindergarten, he took the blame when she broke the glass jar that held colors head for arts and crafts. She remembered the moment when it slipped in her hands as she watched it fall. She could not have moved fast enough to catch it, but she would not have tried. She wanted to see it break. The glass hit the wood floor and shattered it into thousands of pieces, and the beads scattered. Many colors among the shards. She thought it was beautiful and then she started to cry. John had a note sent home to his parents, and when she told him thank you, he had winked at her with the irony beyond his years, and simply said, "For what?" After that, John was allowed to come to her room. She let him play with Stanley and Theodore, watching instantly. The first time he learned to press the buttons and make them move. She would be crushed if he didn't like them, knowing instantly that it would make her think less of him. They were with her family, but John was fascinated. As soon as he saw them, he loved the mechanical toys, and so she loved him. 2 years later, behind a tree beside her father's workshop, she almost let him kiss her, and then it happened. Everything ended, at least for Charlie. Charlie shook herself, forcing her mind back to the present. Looking again at Jessica's polished appearance, she glanced down at herself. Purple t-shirt, denim jacket, black jeans, combat boots. It had felt like a good choice this morning, but now she wishes she had chosen something else. This is all you ever wear? She reminds herself. She parks and locks the car behind her. Even though people in Hurricane do not usually lock their cars, then she went into the diner to meet her friends for the first time in 10 years. The warm noise and light of the restaurant hit her in a wave. As she enters for a moment, she was overwhelmed, but Jessica saw her pause in the doorway and shouted her name. Charlie smiled and went over. "Hey," she said awkwardly, flickering her eyes at each of them, but not making full contact. Jessica scoots over to the red vinyl bench and pats the seat beside her. Here, sit, she said. I was just telling John and Carton about my glamorous life. She rose her eyes as she said it, managing to convey both self-deprecation and the sense that her life was truly something exciting. Did you know that Jessica lives in New York? Carton says. There was something careful about the way he spoke, like he was thinking about his words before he formed them. John was silent, but he smiled at Charlie anxiously. Jessica rose her eyes again, and with a flash of deja vu, Charlie suddenly recalled that this has been a habit that even when they were children. 8 million people live in New York, Carton. It's not exactly an achievement, Jessica says. Carton shrugs. I never been there before, he says. I didn't know you live in town, Charlie says. Where else am I supposed to live? My family has been here since 1896, he added, deepening his voice to mimic his father. Is that even true? Charlie asked. I don't know, Carnan says in his own register. Could be. Dad ran for mayor 2 years ago. I mean, he lost, but still, who was for mayor? He made a face. I swear, the day I turn 18, I'm out of here. Where are you going to? John asked, looking seriously at Carton. Carton met his eyes, just as serious for a moment. Abruptly, he broke away and pointed at the window, closing one eye as it gets to him. It ain't true. John raises an eyebrow and is looking in the window, trying to follow the line Carton was pointing to. Charlie looked too. Carton wasn't pointing at anything. John opens his mouth to say something, but Carton interrupts. Or, he says as he smoothly points to the opposite direction. Okay, okay. John scratches his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Anywhere, right? He adds with a laugh. Where's anywhere else? Charlie asked, peering out the window and searching the parking lots for a new arrival. Tomorrow, John says. They're coming tomorrow morning? Jessica jumps in to clarify. Marla's bringing her little brother. Can you believe it? Jason? Charlie smiles. She remembered Jason as a little bundle of blankets with a tiny red face speaking out. I mean, who wouldn't want the baby around? Jessica adjusts her head primly. I'm pretty sure he's not a baby anymore, Charlie says, sniffing with a laugh. Practically a baby, Jessica says. Anyways, I booked us a room at the motel down the highway. It was all I could find. The boys are staying with Carton. Okay, okay, Charlie says. She was vaguely impressed by Jessica's organizations, but she wasn't happy about the plan. She was loaded to share a room with Jessica, who now seems like a stranger. Jessica has become the kind of girl who is intimidated by her, polished and immaculate, speaking as though she has everything in life figured out. For a moment, Charlie considered going back to her own house for the night, but as soon as she thought it, the idea repelled her. That house at night was no longer the prounce of living. Oh, don't be dramatic, she scolded herself. But now John was speaking. He had a way of commanding the attention with his voice, probably because he spoke less often than everyone else. He spent most of his time listening, but not out of pretense. He was gathering information, speaking only when he had the wisdom or sarcasm to dispense. Often it was both at once. Does anyone know what's happening tomorrow? They were all silent for a moment, and the waitress took the opportunity to come over with their order. Charlie flexed quickly to the menu. Her eyes are not really focused on the words. Her turn to the order came much faster than she was expecting, as she froze. Eggs, she said, as at last. The woman's heart's expression was still fixed on her, and she realized she has not finished. Scrambled wheat and toast, she added, and the woman went away. Charlie looked back down at the menu. She hated this about herself. When she caught off guard, she lost the ability to act or process what was going on around her. People were incomprehensible. Their demands in line. Ordering dinner shouldn't be this hard, she thought. The others had begun their conversation again, and she turns their attention to them, feeling like she had fallen behind. What do we even say to his parents? Jessica was saying. Carden, did you even ever see them? Charlie asked. Not really, he said. Around, I guess, sometimes. I'm surprised they stayed in Hurricane, Jessica says, with a note of early disapproval in her voice. Charlie says nothing, but she thought, how could they not? His body has never been found. How could they not secretly hope he might come home, no matter how impossible they knew it was? How could they leave the only home Michael knew? It would mean really finally giving up on him. Maybe that was his scholarship, an admission that he was never coming home. Charlie was actually aware that they were in a public place when talking about Michael felt kind of inappropriate. They were in a sense that both insiders and outsiders, they'd been closer to Michael, probably more than anyone in the restaurant. But with the exception of Carton, they were no longer from Hurricane. They did not belong. She saw the tears falling on the paper placemat before she felt them, and she hurried, wiped her eyes, looking down and hoping no one noticed. When she looked up, John appeared to be studying his silverware, but she knew he had seen. She was grateful to him, but not trying to offer a comfort. John, you still write? Charlie asked. John has declared himself an author when they were about 6, having learned to read and write when he was 4. A year ahead of him, at the age of 7, he completed his first novel and pressed his poorly spelt inscription strained creation on his friends and family. Demanding reviews, Charlie remembered that she has given him only 2 stars. John laughs at the question. I actually do my E's on the right way these days, he said. I can't believe you remembered that. But I do actually, yeah. He stops, clearly wanting to say more. What do you write, Karen obliges. And John looks down at his placemat, speaking mostly to the table. Short stories mostly. We actually had them all published last year. I mean, it was just a magazine, nothing big like that. They all make suitable noises of being impressed, and he looks up again, embarrassed, but pleased. What was the story about? Charlie asks. John hesitates, but before he could speak up, or he decides not to as the waitress returns with their food. They all had ordered from the breakfast menu coffee, eggs, bacon, blueberry pancakes for Carton. The brightly colored food looks hopeful, like a fresh start to the day. Charlie takes a bite of her toast, and they all ate silently for a moment. Hey, Carton, John says suddenly. Whatever happened to Freddy's anyway? There was a brief hush. Carter looks nervously at Charlie and Jessica. As he stares up to the ceiling, John flushes red, and Charlie spoke hastily. It's okay, Carton. I'd like to know, too. Carton shrugs, stabbing at his pancakes nervously with a fork. They built over it, he says. What did they build? Jessica asks. Is there something else there now? Was it built over or just turned down? John asks. Carton shrugs again, quick like a nervous tick. Like I said, I don't know. It's too far back from the road to see, and I haven't exactly investigated. It might have been leased to someone, but I don't know what they did. It's been blocked for years, under construction. You can even tell if the building is still there. So it could still be there, Jessica, with a spark of excitement breaking through. Like I said, don't know, Carden answered. Charlie felt the dinner lights glaring down at her face, suddenly too bright. She felt exposed. She had barely eaten, but she found herself rising from the booth, pulling a few crumpled bills from her pocket and dropping them on the table. I'm gonna need to go outside for a minute, she says. Smoke break, she added hastily. You don't smoke, she says to herself for the clumsy lie as she makes her way to the door. Jostling past a family of 4 without saying excuse me, she steps out of the cool evening. She walks to her car and sat on the hood. The metal gently slightly under her weight. She looks into her eyes and closes her eyes. She knew it would come up. You knew you had to talk about it, she reminds herself. She has practiced on the drive here, had forced herself to think back to the happy memories, to smile and say, remember when? She thought she was prepared for this, but of course she was wrong. What else would have been run out of the restaurant like a child? Charlie? She opens her eyes and saw John standing next to the car, holding her jacket out in front of him, like an offering. You forgot your jacket, he says, and she made herself smile at him. Thanks, he said. She took it and draped it over her shoulders and then slid on the car hood for him to sit. Sorry about that, she says in the dim lights of the parking lot. She can still see him blush to the ears. He joins her on the car hood, leaving a deliberate space between them. I haven't learned to think before I talk. I'm sorry. John watches the sky as the planes pass overhead. Charlie smiles, the time on force. It's okay. I knew it wasn't going to come up. It just had to. I just. It sounds stupid, but I never think about it. I don't let myself. No one knows what happens except my aunt. And we never talk about it. Then I come here and suddenly it's everywhere? I was just surprised, that's all. Uh-oh, John points, and Charlie saw Jessica and Carton hesitating in the doorway of the diner. She waves them over as they climb. Remember that time at Freddy's when the merry-go-round got stuck? And Marla and that mean kid Billy had to keep riding it until their parents plucked them off, Charlie said. John laughed and their sound made her smile. Their faces were bright red, crying like babies. She covered her face, guilty. That was so funny to her. There was a brief surprised silence. Then Carden starts laughing. Then Marla puked all over him. Sweet justice, Charlie says. Actually, I think it was nachos, John added. Jessica wrinkles her nose. So gross. I'll never rode it again. Not after that. Oh, come on, Jessica. They cleaned it, says Carden. I'm pretty sure the kids who puked over the place. Those wet floor signs weren't for nothing. Right, Charlie? Don't look at me, she says. I never puked. We used to spend so much time there. Privileges of knowing the owner's daughter, Jessica says, looking at Charlie with a mock accusation. I couldn't help who my dad was, Charlie says, laughing. Jessica looks thoughtfully for a moment before she continues. I mean, how could you have a better childhood than spending the day at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza? I don't know, says Kernan. I think the music got to me over the years. He hums a few bars of the familiar tune. Charlie dips her head to it, recalling the tune. I love those animals so much, Jessica says suddenly. What's the proper term for them? Animals? Robots? Mascots? I think those are accurate, Charlie leans back. Well, anyways, I used to go and talk to the bunny. What was his name? Bonnie, Charlie says. Yeah, says Jessica. I used to complain to him about my parents. I always thought he had an understanding look about him. Carden laughs. Animatronic therapy. Recommended to be 6 out of 7 crazy people. Oh, shut up, Jessica retorted. I knew he wasn't real. I just liked talking to him. Charlie smiles a little. I remember that, she said. Jessica in her prim little dress, her brown hair in two tight braids, like a kid out of an old book, walking up to the stage when the show was over, whispering to the life-size animatronic rabbit. If anyone came besides her, she would end stay silent and still, waiting for them to go away so she could resume her one-sided conversations. Charlie has never talked to the animals at her father's restaurant or felt close to them like some of the kids seemed to. Although she liked them, they belonged to the public. She had her own toys, mechanical friends waiting for her at home that belonged only to her. I like Freddy, says John. He always seems the most relatable. You know, there are other things about my childhood that I can't remember at all, Carden says. But I swear I can close my eyes and see every last detail of that place. Even the gum I used to stick under the tables. Gum? Yeah, right, those were boogers. Jessica took a tiny step away from Carden. Hey, he grins. I was 7. What do you want? You all picked on me back then. Remember when Marla wrote, Carden smells like feet on the walls outside? You did smell like feet, Jessica laughs with a sudden outburst. Carden shrugs unputrefied. I used to try and hide it when it was time to go home. I wanted to be stuck in there overnight so I could have the whole place to myself. Yeah, you always kept everyone waiting, says John, and you will hide under the same table. Charlie spoke slowly, and when she did, everyone turned to her, as though they'd been waiting. Sometimes I feel like I remember every inch of it, like Carnage says, but sometimes it's like I hardly remember it at all. It's all in pieces. Like I remember the carousel and the time it got stuck. I remember drawing on the placemats. I remember little things, eating the greasy pizza and hugging Freddy in the summer and his yellow fur getting stuck on my clothes. But a lot of it is like pictures, like it happened to someone else. They were looking at her oddly. Freddy was brown, right? Jessica looked to the others for confirmation. I guess you really don't remember it well after all. Carden teased Charlie, laughing. She briefly laughs as well. Right, I mean, brown. She said brown. Freddy was brown. Of course he was. She could see him in her mind now, but somewhere in the depths of her recall, there was a flash of something else. Carden launches into another story, and Charlie turns her attention to him. But there was something disturbing, worrisome about that memory. It was 10 years ago. It's not like you got dementia. It was at 17, she told herself. But it was such a basic detail that has been misremembered. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught John looking at her, and a kind of expression in her face, as though she has said something important. You really don't know what happened to it? She asked, Carden with more urgency in his voice than she intended. He stops talking, surprised. Sorry, she said. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's okay, he said. But yeah, no, I really don't know what happened. How can you not know? You lived here. Charlie, come on, says John. It's not like I hang around in the part of town. There are different areas. The town has grown, Cornin says Millie, seeming unruffed by her outburst. And I honestly don't know, looking for the reasons to go around here. You know, why would I? There isn't any reasons. Not anymore. We could go there, John says suddenly, and Charlie's heart skips. Carter looks nervously at Charlie. What? Seriously? It's a mess. I don't know if you can even get to it. Charlie found herself nodding. She felt as though the whole day she spent there, weighed down by a memory, seeing everything through a filter of years, and now she felt the suddenly alert. Her mind was present. She wanted to go. Let's do it, she says. Even if there was nothing there, I want to see. They were all silent. Suddenly, John smiles with a reckless confidence. Yeah, let's do it. All right, we're going to read chapter 2. As I said, we're going to finish this. Okay, we are now in chapter 2. It's going to be hype. We have made it to chapter 2. I think there's like, all right, so we got 338 pages. Calculate this. I had like 310 pages to go. All right, we're gonna read chapter 2 now. You know, I just realized this like plot sounds familiar to the FNAF movie. Huh. Charlie pulls to a stop, feeling the soft give of dirt under her tires, and turns off the car. She got out and surveyed their surroundings. The sky was a rich, dark blue, the last trail of the sunset sticking off to the west. The parking lot was unpaved, and before them laid a sprawling monster of a building and rising arcs of the glass and concrete. There were lamps in the parking lots that never had been used, and no lamp shots onto the lot. The building itself looked like an abandoned stationery, in tombs and black trees, amid the distant roar of civilization. She looks at Jessica in the passenger seat, who's cranking her neck on the window. Is this the right place? Jessica asked. Charlie shook her head slowly, not quite certain of what she was seeing. I don't know, she whispered. Charlie got out of her car and stood in silence as John and Carden pulled up beside her. What is this? John stepped out of the car cautiously and stared blankly at the monument. Does anyone have a flashlight? He looked at each of them. Carden held up his key and waved around the feeble glow of the penlight for a minute. Great, John muttered, walking with a resigning. Hold on a sec, Charlie said, and went around to her trunk. My aunt makes me carry around a bunch of stuff for emergencies. Aunt Jen loves, but severes, has taught Charlie self-reliance above almost everything else. Before she lets Charlie have her own blue Honda, she's insisted that Charlie knows how to change the tire, check the oil, and know the basic parts of the engine. In the trunk, in a black box tucked in the Part so the next to the Jack's spare tires lies a small crowbar she had in a blanket, a heavy police issue flashlight, a bottle of water and some granola bars, matches, and emergency flares. Charlie grabs the flashlight as Carter grabs the granola bars. Almost by the silent agreement, they begin to walk to the building's perimeter. Charlie's holding up the light and a steady beam in front of them. The building itself looks mostly finished, but the ground was all dirt and rocks, uneven and soft. Charlie shines the light on the ground, where grass has been patchy in the dirt, inches long. No one's been digging for a while. The place was massive, and it took a long time to circumnavigate it. It wasn't long before the rich blue of the evening was overtaken by a blanket of scattered silver clouds. The surface was covered in the buildings, and they were all the same smooth, bleached concrete. The windows was too high on the walls to see inside. Did they really build this whole thing and just leave? Jessica said. Carden says to John, "You really don't know anything about what happened?" The Carden shrugs expansively. "I told you there was a construction, but I don't know anything else." Why would they do this? John seemed almost paranoid, scanning the trees as though eyes might be looking back at him. It just goes on and on. He squints, gazing along the outside wall of the building, which seems to be stretched endlessly into the distance. He glanced back to the trees, as if making sure they haven't missed a building somehow. No, it was here. He placed his hand on the drab concrete facing. It's gone. After a moment, he gestures to the others and begins to walk back the way they came, reluctantly. Charlie turned back, following the group. They kept going until they could see their cars again, up in the darkness. Sorry, guys. I hope there will be at least something familiar. Carden said exhaustedly. Yeah, Charlie says. She has known it would be, but seeing the Freddies had been razed to the ground was still a shock. It was so paramount sometimes in her mind, and that she wanted to get rid of it, wanting to scrub the memory, she good and bad, from her head, as if they'd never been. Now someone has scrubbed it from the landscapes, and it felt like a violation. It should have been up to her rights, rights that she thought because you had the money to buy it and preserve it, like Aunt Jen did with the house. Charlie, John would say with her name, and it sounded he was repeating it. Sorry, she said. What were you saying? Do you want to go outside? Just ask. Or inside? Charlie was surprised. They were only now considering this? But again, none of them were usually prone to criminal activity. The thoughts were was a release, and she took a deep breath, speaking under and exhaled. Why not, she says. Almost laughing, she held the flashlight. Her arms were getting tired. Anyone else want to turn? She waved it back and forth like a pendulum. Carden grabs it and took a moment to appreciate his weight. Why is this so heavy? He said, passing it off to John. Here you go. It's a police flashlight, Charlie says absently. You can hit people with it. Jessica wrinkles her nose. Your aunt really isn't kidding around, huh? You ever use it? Not yet. Charlie winks and makes a half-turning glance at John, who returns with an uncertain half-smile, unsure how to react. The wide entrance of the seals with hammers and metal doors, no doubt intended to be temporary until construction was finished. Still, it wasn't difficult to find a way in, since many of the large mounts was grappled and scaled the walls, leading right up to the edge of the large gaping windows. Not trying hard to keep people out, huh? John said. What's anyone gonna steal? Charlie said, staring at the blank toward the walls. They climb into the hill slowly. The grapple shovels into the sliding beneath their feet as they went. Carden reaches the window first and peers through. Jessica looks over his shoulder. Can we drop down? John asks. Yes, says Carden. No, Jessica says, precisely at the same time. I'll go, Charlie says. She fell recklessly without looking through to see how far the fall was. She puts her feet through the opening and lets herself drop. She landed, knees bent. The impact rocked her but did not hurt. She looks up to her friend staring down. Hang on, Charlie called, pulling a short stepladder from a wall nearby and sitting under the window. Okay, she said. Come in. They dropped down one by one and looked around them. Inside was an atrium, or maybe it would have been a food court, with metal benches and plastic tables scattered around. Some bolted to the floor, the ceiling rose up high above them. With a glass roof, you can see the stairs peering down at them. Very post-apocalyptic, Charlie joked, her voice echoing the opening space. Post-apocalyptic, moralistic, very post-apocalyptic. Jessica sang a brief, wordless scale, suddenly staring them all into silence. Her voice rang out pure and clear, something beautiful in her emptiness. Very nice. But let's not try to call too much attention to ourselves, all right? John says. Right, Jessica says. They're very happy with herself as they walk on. Carden swept up and took her arm. Your voice is amazing, he says. It's just good acoustics, Jessica says, attempting humility but not a meaning of a word of it. They walk the empty halls, peering into each of the massive cavities when a department store might have been. Some part of the mall has been almost finished, while others were in shambles. Some hallways were littered with piled dusty bricks and stacks of wood. Others were in line, but with glassed panel storefronts. Lights were hanging in perfect rows above their heads. It's like a lost city, John says. Like Pompeii, says Jessica, just without the volcanoes. No, Charlie says, there's nothing here. The whole place has a sterile feel to it. It was not abandoned. It has never sustained life at all. She looks in a store window across from her. One was filled with glass, few glass, wondering what would have been displayed. She imagines mannequins dressed in clothing, but when she tried to picture them, all she could think was blank faces, concealing something. She suddenly felt out of place, unwelcomed by the building itself. Charlie began to feel restless. Some of the luster rained off the adventure they had come. Some of the Freddie was gone, and so was the shrine she had kept in her thoughts, where she could still find Michael, playing where she last saw him. John stood suddenly, turning off the flashlight as carefully as he could. He put a finger to his lip, motioning for silence. He gestured back the way they had come. In the distance, they saw a small light bobbing in the darkness like a ship in the fog. Someone else in here? He hissed. A night guard? Maybe? Carden whispered. Why would an abandoned building need a night guard? Charlie wondered. Kids probably come here to party, Carden said. They grinned. I will have to come here to party as well. I know about it, or I partied. Okay, then let's backtrack our steps slowly, John says. Jessica, he started, then make a zip motion across his lips. They continued down the hallway, this time only the glimmer of lights on Carden's keychain. Wait, Jessica slowly stops with a whisper, looking intentionally at the walls surrounding them. Something's not right. Yeah, no giant pretzels. I know, Carden seems sincere. Jessica waves a hand at him impatiently. No, something isn't right about the exterior. She took several steps back, trying to see the whole of it. Something is definitely not right, she repeats. It's bigger on the outside. Bigger on the outside, Charlie repeats, sounding puzzled. I mean, there's a big difference between where the inside wall is and where the outside wall is. Look! Jessica ran along the length of the walls between where two stories would have been. There would have been a store here and a store there. John pointed to the obvious, but not understanding the problem. But there's something in the middle, Jessica claims, beating her hand against an empty portion of the wall. This part juts out into the parking lot, and like the store of each side, there's no way into it. You're right, Charlie starts walking towards Jessica, studying the walls. There should be another entrance here, and Jessica drops her voice so that only Charlie can hear her. About the same size as Freddy's, don't you think? Charlie's eyes widen as she takes a quick step from Jessica. I guess. Carver, welcome. I just, in the beginning of the live stream, I announced the projects. So, yeah, we're reading the Five Nights at Freddy's Silver Eyes. And you know what I realized when reading the story? This sounds familiar to the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. I didn't realize that. Drinking water. Yummers. It's dehydrated. Yummers. And when the live stream ends in the beginning of the projects, you can see it was already announced, but like you're still gonna be able to see it. Have you ever heard? You know what the Silver Eyes is? I heard the Five Nights at Freddy's Silver Eyes. That's what we're reading today. Alrighty. What are you two whispering around about? Carnan steps closer. We're talking about you, Jessica says sharply, and they walked into one of the vacant department stores that seemed to sandwich the steel space. Come on, she says, let's take a look. They started combining the walls as a group clustered around the tiny light. Charlie was not sure what to hope for. Aunt Jen had warned her about coming back. She didn't encourage Charlie to skip the memorial, not directly, but she wasn't pleased that Charlie was returning the hurricane. Just be careful, Aunt Jen had said. Some things, some memories are best left undisturbed. Is that why you kept Dad's house? Charlie thought now. Is that why you kept paying for it? Leaving it untouched? Like some kind of shrine? But never visit? Hey, John was gesturing wildly, running inside to catch up to the rest of them. Hide! The light was out in the halls again, bobbing up and down, and it was coming closer. Charlie glanced around. They were already too deep into the massive store to get out in time, and there seems to be nowhere to hide. Here, here, Jessica whispers. There was a breaking in the wall beside a rig of scaffolding, and they hurried into it, squeezing packed stacks of the open boxes and a sheet of plastic hanging from the ceiling. They made their way down in what appeared to be a makeshift hallway just on the other side of the department store wall. It was really more of an alley. It was encourageous with the rest of the mall, not shiny and new, but dank and musty. One wall was made of the same concrete as the outside of the building, though it was rough and unfinished, and the other was exposed as a brick. Some parts faded smooth with age, others crumbled, leaving chunks and holes. Heavy wooden shelves of cleaning equipment stood against the walls. Listening to the side, their boards sinking under the weight of old painted cans and mystery buckets. Something was dripping from the uncovered pipes overhead, leaving puddles, and they all stepped carefully around. A mouse scuttered by, almost running over Carton's foot. Carton made a strangled sound, hand over his mouth. They crouched down behind one of the wooden shelvings units, pressing up against the wall. Charlie doused the lights and waited. She took shallow breaths, perfectly still, watching and wishing she had picked a better position to freeze into. After a few minutes, her legs started to feel numb under her, and Carney was so close that she could smell the light presence sense of his shampoo. That's nice, she whispers. Thanks, Carden says, knowing immediately what she was referring to. It comes in ocean breeze and tropical paradise. I prefer ocean breeze, but it dries the scalp. Hush, John hissed. Charlie wasn't sure why she was so worried. It's just a night card. The worst thing to do is ask to date them to leave. Maybe she yelled a bit. She had overblown adverse and getting in trouble. The bobbing light came closer. Charlie was actually aware of her body holding every muscle motionless. Suddenly she could make out a thin figure leaning into the great room outside. He shone his light into the long beam down the hallway, sweeping it up down into the halls. He got us, Charlie says. But it turned out and went apparently satisfied silent. They waited around for a few minutes, but there was nothing. He was gone. They all moved slowly and crouched down positions, stretching limbs that had gone to sleep. Carden shook out a foot vigorously and took its stand on it. Charlie looked at Jessica, who still hunched over as if frozen in time. Jessica, you okay? She whispered. Jessica looks up, smiling. You won't believe this. She was pointing at the wall, and Charlie leans over to see. There was an H in the worn bricks, where clumsy letters, almost illegible in the child's handwork. Carton smells like feet. You have to be kidding me, John whispers in awe, turning to the face, the wall, and placing both hands against it. I recognize those bricks, he laughs. Those are the same bricks. His smile faded. They didn't tear it down, they built around it. It's still here? Jessica unsuccessfully tries to keep her voice down. There has to be a way in, she added, her eyes wide with an almost childish excitement. Charlie shone the flashlight up and down the hallway, playing the light off each and wall, but there was no break, no door. There was a back door to Freddy's, John said. Marla wrote that way next to the back door, right? Why didn't they just knock it down? Charlie pondered. Does this hallway just lead to nowhere? Jessica says, puzzled. It's the story of my life, Carmen said lightly. Wait. Charlie ran her finger around the edge of the shelves, peering to the odds and end crammed onto it. The wall, it looks different. It was metal, not brick. Right here, she said, stepping back and looking at the others. Help me move it. John and Jessica presses against one side in the unified effort and Carden pulled up on the other. It was immeasurably heavy, laden in cleaning supplies and large bucket of nails and tools, but it slid further down the halls, almost easily without accident. Jessica steps back, breathing hard. John, give me the big light again. He handed it over and she turned it back on, aiming where the shelves have stood. This is it, she says. It was metal and rusty, splattered with paint in stark contrast to the walls around it. There was only a hole where the handle would have been. Someone must have removed it so the shelves could lie in flush against the door. Silently, Charlie handed the flashlight back to John, and he held it above her head so she could see. She slipped around the others and tried to squeeze her finger into the hole where the doorknob was, trying to pull it open to no avail. It's not gonna open, said. John was behind her, pulling over her shoulder. Just a second. He squeezes himself into the space beside her and nails carefully. I don't think it's locked or anything, he says. I think it's just rusty. Look at it. The door extends all the way to the floor. Its bottom ridge is unfinished. The hedges were on the other side, and the edges were caked in rust. It looks as though it has not been opened in years. John and Charlie pull on it. Together, it moves a fraction of an inch. Yay! Jessica exclaims, almost shouting, then covering her mouth. Sorry, she says in a whisper, containing my excitement. They took to turn pulling on it, leaning over one another. The metal scraps their fingers as the door held for a long moment, and then came loose under their weight. Swinging over slowly with an uneven screech, Charlie looked nervously over her shoulders, but the guard did not appear. And by one, the door only fit with a foot wide, and they went one by one until all four went through. Inside, the air changed, and they all stopped short. Ahead of them was a dark hallway, familiar to them all. Is this? Jessica whispered, not taking her eyes off the dark expanse. It's here, Charlie thought. She held out her hand for the flashlight, and John handed it her wordlessly. She shone the light ahead of them, sweeping the halls that were covered in the children's drawings, crayons, and yellowing curl of paper. She stared forward, and the others followed, feet shoveling on the old titles. It seems to take forward to the halls, or perhaps it was just like them, that they moved slowly with steps. Eventually, the hallways opened into a larger expanse of the dining room. It was just as they remembered it, the, as it was preserved. The flashlight beamed and bounced off 1,000 little things, reflectively glittered or topped with foil buttons and ribbons. The tables were still in place, covered in their silver and white check cloths. The chairs were pulled up to them, as some tables with too many and others with too few. It looks as though the room was abandoned in the middle of the lunch hour. Everyone had gotten up and expected to return, but they never did. They walk in casually, breathing in the cold air that has been trapped inside for decades. The whole restaurant gives off a sense of abandonment that no one was coming back. There was a small merry-go-round, barely visible in the distant corner, with four child-sized ponies still at rest from their last song. In an instant, Charlie froze in place, as did the others. There they were, eyes stared back from the dark, large, and lifeless. An illogical panic pulsed through her. Time held still. No one spoke, no one breathed, as though a predator animal was stalking them. As the moment passed, the animals were stalking them. Fear was worn until she was back again. As a child with old friends, separated from one another for too long, Charlie walked toward the ice in a straight line. Behind her were the others, motionless. Hers were only the footsteps she heard. As Charlie walked, she touches the cold back of an old party chair without looking at it or guiding it out of her path. She takes one final step, and the ice in the dark become clear. It was them, Charlie smiles. "Hi," she whispers, too soft for the others to hear. Before her stood the animatronics animals, a bear, a rabbit, and a chicken, all standing as tall as the adults. A bear, a rabbit, and a chicken. The bodies were segmented, like artist models, each limb made of distant squares, pieces separated at their joints. They belonged to the restaurant, or maybe the restaurant belonged to them. There might be a time where everyone knew their names. There was Bonnie, the rabbit. His fur was bright blue, his square off muzzle held a permanent smile, and his wide and pink eyes were thick lidded, giving him a worn out expression. His eyes stuck up straight, crinkled over at the top, and his large feet spraying out for balance. He held bass guitar, blue palm poised to play, and around his neck was a bow tie that matched the instrument very color. Chica the chicken was more bulky and had a more impressive look. Thick black eyebrows arching around her purple eyes, and her beak was more slightly open. Arcing around where her was her cupcake on the platter. The cupcake itself was disturbing, with eyes set into the pink frosting and the teeth hanging over the cake and single candle sticking over the top. I always expected the cupcake to jump off the plate. Carmen gives a half laugh and cautiously steps up to Charlie's side. They seem taller than I remember, he adds in a whisper. That's because you never got this close as a kid. Charlie smiles at ease and steps closer. You were busy under the tables, Jessica says. You from behind them, still some distance away. Charlie wore the chicken wore a bib around her neck with the words "Let's eat" set on a purple and yellow confetti-covered background. A tuft of feathers stuck up in the middle of her head. Standing between Bonnie and Chico was Freddy Fazbear himself, namesake of the restaurant. He was the most genial looking of the three, seeming at ease where he was. A robust, lean brown bear, he smiled down at the audience, holding the microphone in one paw. Sporting a black bow tie top hat, the only incongruity in his figure was the color of his eyes, a bright blue that surely no bears had before him. His mouth hung open and his eyes were partially closed, as though he'd been frozen in song. Cartman drew closer to the stage, against the rim of it. "Hey, Freddy," he whispered. "Long time no see." He reaches out and grabs his microphone, wriggling it to see if he can get it loose. "Don't!" Charlie blurted out, looking up at Freddy's fixed gaze, as though making sure he didn't notice. Conan pulls his hand back like he hasn't touched something hot. "Sorry." "Come on, John," said Cut with a smile. "Don't you want to see the rest of them? And the rest of the place?" They spread out across the room, peering into the corners and carefully trying the doors, acting don't as though everything might be breakable. To the touch, John went over to the small carousel, and Carolyn disappeared into the dark arcade off the main room. I remember it being a lot brighter and noisier in there. Carden smiles as though at home, running into his hands over the aging knobs and flat plastic buttons. "I wonder if my high score is still in there," he mutters to himself. To the left of the stage was a small hallway, half hoping no one would notice where she has gone to. Charlie starts to look down in curiosity. At the end of the short, blank corridor was her father's office. It has been Charlie's favorite place in the restaurant. She liked to play with her friends in the main area, but she loved the singular privilege of coming back here when her father was doing paperwork. She paused outside the closed door, her hands poised over the knob, remembering most of the room here was filled with the desk, his filing cabinets, a small box, and interesting parts. One corner was a smaller filling cabinet painted with a salmon color that Charlie always found interesting with pink. This has been Charlie's bottom drawer, held with toys, crayons, the top hat, top hat, uh, oh, here it is. My paperwork, it was mostly colored books and drawings, but occasionally she would go over to her father's desk and try to copy down whatever he was writing. It's childish. Crayon hands, but Charlie tried the door, but it was locked. It was better this way. She thought the office was personal. She did not really want to open it tonight. She headed back into the main dining room and found John looking pensively at the merry-go-round. He eyed her with curiosity, but did not love or ask where she has gone. I used to love this thing, Charlie smiled, approaching warmly, yet now the painted figure seemed odd and lifeless to her. I guess I'll get you the water. I'm dehydrating, guys. Have a water break. We're gonna be here for a while. Yummers. There was a computer, another computer. I almost dropped my other computer. I had to grab it. Okay. I need to get me glasses. Water's pretty good, guys. Drink water. All right, we're kind of almost done. Not sure if we'll read all of it though. Alrighty. John made a face as though he knew what was she was thinking. Not the same, he said. He rubbed his hand over the top of the polished pony, as though to scratch it beneath the ear. Just not the same, he repeated, removing his hands and gazing everywhere. Charlie glanced over to see what. Oh my god, it's my ears and my eyes. Charlie glanced over to see where the others were in the arcade. She could still see Jessica and Carton wandering over the games. The console stood still, and unlike the massive tombstones, their screens were blank. I never liked playing the games, Jessica said, smiling. They move too fast. And just when I start to figure out what to do, I thought it would be someone else's turn. She wiggled the joystick that squeaked from neglect. They were rigged anyways, Karin said with a wink. When was the last time you played one of these? Jessica asked, peering closely into one of the screens to see what image was burned from it too many years ago to use. Not gonna lie, guys, the arcade games are actually kind of rigged. Well, not most of them. Let's see. Have y'all ever went to the arcade? Just a quick question. Y'all ever went to an arcade? I went to an arc. Let me just say a funny story real quick. I went to an arcade once, and they had one of these, like this Freddy Fazbear. They had one of these. It was bigger. Like this is a bigger one of these. And I got so many tickets, and it was to the point where I got I had the ticket amounts, but then it was like a scam because they told me it wasn't the right amount of tickets, so I didn't end up winning the big Freddy Fazbear. So yeah, so I had to buy it myself. So yeah. There's a story how the arcade scammed me from Freddy Fazbear. So yeah, Corden is absolutely correct about that. They are quite rigging with the arcades. Oh wow, pinball machine. Corden was busy rocking the pinball machine back and forth, trying to get a ball to come loose. There's a pizza place I'll visit sometimes, he said, the table back on four legs, carefully, and glanced at Jessica. But it's no Freddy's, he added. John was roaming through the dining room again, amid the tables, flicking the stairs and spirals with the stars hanging overhead. He plucked a red party hat from the table, stretched the rubber band hanging loosely from its base. He snapped it around his head, red right tasted hanging down over his face. Ho, let's check out the kitchen, he said. Charlie follows as he bounded off towards it. Although the kitchen has been off limits to her friends, she spends a lot of time there, so much that the chefs chase her by her name, or at least the name they heard her father call her, Charlotte. John overheard someone calling her Charlie one day when they were in the kitchen, so she kept calling her Charlotte one day when they were in the kindergarten and persistent teasing her with it constantly. You could always get a rise out of her with that. It wasn't that Charlie didn't like her full name, but Charlie was who she was to the world. Her father calling her Charlotte, it was like a secret between them, someone no one else would be allowed to share. The day she left Hurricane for good, the day they said goodbye, John had hesitated. Bye, Charlie, he said. In the cards and the letters and the phone, he has never called her Charlotte again. She never asked why, and he never told her. The kitchen was still fully stocked with pots and pans, but it had little interest from Charlie. In the midst of her memories, she headed back out to open space, open season. No, I'm joking, open space. Oh my god. Open season movies are weird. I heard that they're making Ice Age 6. I know it's out of the question. I was talking about open season, and now I'm talking about like Ice Age 6. I can't believe they Disney killed the Blue Sky, they destroyed the company, and now they're gonna make Ice Age 6. They really just got rid of Blue Sky just to create and to be like, hey, you no longer exist as a company, and now Ice Age 6 exists. Now Disney's the one making Ice Age 6. It's actually kind of wild. Wow, I can't believe it. And the logo for Ice Age 6 looks, I mean, it's a logo. Alright, let's keep reading. Oh my god. I can't believe Ice Age 6 exists. That's wild. Watch them milk it. They probably are gonna milk it. Wait, no, it does. No, it probably does count. I don't think the bug. No, yeah, it probably does count. Anyways, let's keep reading this. Silver Eyes. We're almost done with this. Dining room, and John followed. At the same time, Jessica and Carton stumbled out of the arcade, tripping into each other as they crossed the thresholds between rooms in the dark. Anything interesting? John asked. A gum wrapper, 30 cents, and Jessica, so no. Oh well. Not really, Carton says. Jessica playfully gave him a punch in the shoulder. Oh, have we all forgotten? Jessica gave an evil smile, pointing to the other hallway on the opposite side of the dining room. She heads towards it swiftly, before anyone could answer, and they follow her. The hallway was too long and narrow, and the farther they went, the less the flashlight seems to illuminate. At last, the passage opened out into a small room for the private parties, set up with its own tables and chairs. As they entered, there was a collection of tables and a collection of drawings in front of them. A sign was stung across the front, out of order. It read in a neat handwriting letters. They stood still for a minute as Jessica went up to the sign and poked it. Pirates Cove, she says. 10 years later and it's still out of order. Don't touch it, Charlie thought. I had one birthday back here, John said. It was out of order then, too. He took the hold of the edge of the curtain and rubbed the glitter fabric between his fingers. No, Charlie wanted to say again, but stop. You're being silly, she chided herself. Do you think he's still back here? Jessica says playfully, turning to make the reveal with the giant swing of the curtain. I'm sure he is, John gave a false smile, seeming uncomfortable for the first time. Yep, he's still there, Charlie thought. She stepped back cautiously, suddenly becoming aware of the drawings. and posters surrounding them like a spider on the wall. Charlie's flashlight carefully inches from picture to picture, all depicting different variations of the same character. A large and energetic pirate fox with a patch over the eye to a hook for a hand, usually swinging it to deliver pizza for the hungry children. This is the room where you hid under the tables, Jessica says to Charlie, trying to laugh, but you're a big girl now, right? Jessica climbs up to the stage unsteadily, almost losing her footing. John reaches out to give out a hand to steady her as she rights herself. She giggles nervously, looking down at the others, as though her guidance then grabs hold of the tassel edge of the fabric. She waves her other hand in front of her face as dust falls from the cloth. Maybe this isn't a good idea. She laughs, but then there was an edge to her voice, like she didn't really mean it. And she climbs back down, but doesn't move, taking the edge of the curtain again. Wait, John said. Can you hear that? They were all dead quiet, and in the silence, Charlie could hear them breathing. John's breath was deliberate and calm. Jessica's was quick and nervous. As she thought about it, her own breathing began to feel odd, like she's forgotten how to do it. I don't hear anything, she said. Me neither, Jessica echoed. What is it? Music. It's coming from. He gestured back the way they have come. From the stage? Charlie cocked her head to the side. I don't hear it. It's like a music box, he said. Charlie and Jessica listened carefully, but their blank expressions didn't change. It stopped. I guess John returned his gaze forward. Maybe it was the ice cream truck, Jessica whispered. Hey, that won't be so bad right now, John appreciated the levity. Jessica turns her attention back to the curtains. But John begins to tune to himself. It reminds me of something, he mumbled. Okay, here I go. Jessica announced. She did not move. Charlie felt her eyes drawn to Jessica's hand on the curtains. Her pink nails paled against the dark, glittery fabric. It was almost like the hushed moment in a theater crowd, when the lights went dark but the curtains had not yet risen. They were all still, all anticipating, and they were not watching a play, no longer playing a game. All the mists have gone out of Jessica's face. Her cheekbones stood on the stark of the shadows, and her eyes looked grim as though the simple thing she was about to do might be a terrible consequence. As Jessica hesitated, Charlie realized her hand hurt. She was making a fist so tight her nails dug into her flesh, but could not grip her two hands to be loosened. A crash sound from the back of the way they came, a custering, clanking noise, ringing out and filling the whole space. John and Charlie froze, meeting each other's eyes in sudden panic. Jessica dropped the curtain and leans off the stage, bumping into Charlie and knocking the light out of her hands. Where's the way out? She exclaimed, and John came over to help. They hurriedly searched the walls, and Charlie chases the light beam spiraling across the floor. As they were all back to their feet, Carden came trotting in. I knocked over a bunch of pots and pans in the kitchen, he exclaimed. As an apology amid the panic, I thought you were with us, Charlie said. I wanted to see if there was any food left, Carden said, not making it clear if he found anything or not. Seriously, John laughed. The guard might not have heard, Jessica says hastily. We gotta get out of here. They start to go to the door, and Jessica starts running. The rest took off after her, picking up the speed as they reached down the hallway, until they were racing as though something was behind them. Run, run, John called out, and they all burst into giggles as the panic freaked, but the urgency is real. They squeeze back towards the door one by one and push it and try to shut with this same painful squeal. Carden and John lean on it until it's sealed. They all took hold of the shelves and held it back into place, replacing the tools so that it appears undisturbed. Look good? Jessica says, and John tugs her arm and guiding her away. They made their way quickly but carefully back the way they came, only using Carden's penlight back through the empty hallways and the open atrium to the parking lot. The guard's light did not appear again. Little anticlimactic, Carden said with disappointment, checking back one more time in hopes that they weren't being chased. Are you kidding? Charlie said as she went to the car, already pulling the keys from her pocket. She felt as though something locked deep inside of her had been disturbed, but she's not sure if it's a good thing or not. That was fun, John exclaimed, and Jessica laughed. That was terrifying, she cried. It can be both, Colin said, grinning widely. Charlie begins to laugh, and John joins in. What? Jessica said. Charlie shook her head, still laughing a little. It's just we all excitedly this we were all exactly the same as we were. I mean, we're totally different and older and everything, but we're the same. You and Cardin sound exactly like you did when you were 6. Right, Jessica said, rolling her eyes again. But John nodded. I know what you mean, he said. And so does Jessica. She just doesn't like to admit it. He glanced back at the mall. Is everyone sure that the guard didn't see us? We can outrun him now, Conan says, reasonably. His hands resting on the car. I guess, John says, but he didn't sound convinced. You haven't changed either, Jessica says, with insurgent satisfaction. Stop looking for problems where there aren't any. Still, John says, glancing back again, we should get out of here. I don't want to push our luck. See you all tomorrow then, Jessica says as they parted the ways. Cardin gives a little wave over his shoulder. Charlie's heart sank a little as Jessica settles herself into the passenger seat. Tightly buckled herself in. She has not been looking forward to this. It wasn't that she didn't like Jessica, just that being alone with her was uncomfortable. She still wasn't much more than a stranger. Yet Charlie was still exhilarated from the night adventure, and the lingering adrenaline gave her a new confidence. She smiled at Jessica after tonight. They suddenly have something very much in common. You know which way the motel is? She asked, and Jessica nodded and reached her purse down to her feet. It was small and black with a long strap. And on the drive to the construction site, Charlie has already seen her remove a lip gloss in the mirror, and a pack of breath mints, a sewing kit, and a tiny hairbrush. Now she pulled out a small notebook and pen. Charlie smiles. Sorry, how much stuff do you have in that thing? She asks, and Jessica looks at her with a grin. The secrets in the purse might not be disclosed, she says playfully, and they both laugh. Jessica starts reading Charlie the directions, and Charlie obeys, turning left and right, without paying much attention to their surroundings. Jessica has already checked in, as so they went straight to the room, a small beige box in the room with 2 double beds covered in a shiny brown spreads. Charlie sets her bags on the bag when in the bed closet to the door, and Jessica went to the window. As you can see, I split in the room with a view, and she says, and the flood curtains opening dramatically to reveal 2 dumpsters in a dry out hedge. I want to have my wedding here. Right, Charlie says, amused. Jessica Prim's demeanor and fashion model looks made it easy to forget that she was also smart as well. As a child, she remembered being slightly intimidated every time they got together to play before. Never realizing after the first few minutes how much she liked Jessica. She wondered if it was hard for Jessica to make friends, looking the way she did, but it wasn't the kind of thing you can really ask someone. Jessica flops down on the bed, lying across to face Charlie. So, tell me about you. She confidently mocks a talk show host or someone's nosy mother. Charlie shrugs awkwardly, put on the spot. What does that mean? She says. I don't know. What's an awful thing to ask, right? I mean, how do you answer that? School, any cute boys? Charlie lays down across the bed, mimicking Jessica in a position. Cute boys, what are we, 12? Well, Jessica says impatiently. I don't know, she says. Not really. Her class was too small. She has known most of the people in it since she moved with Aunt Jen. And dating anyone? Liking them? She seems forced and altogether unappealing. She told Jessica as much. Most of the girls that they want to date, they date older guys, she said. And you don't date an older guy? Jessica teased. Nah, Charlie says. I figure I wait for around for a batch to grow up. Right, Jessica burst out laughing before quickly thinking of something else to share. Last year, there was this guy, Donnie, she says. I was gaga for him. Like, really, he was so sweet to everyone. He wore it all black all the time, and he had this black curly hair. So thick all I could think about was being sat behind him. He was burying my face in it. I was so distracted, I ended up with an A minus in trig. He was super artistic, a poet, and he carried around one of those black lettered notebooks. He was always scribbling something in it, but I would never show anybody. She sighed dreamily. I figured it could get me to show him his poetry. I would never come to know his soul, you know. So did he ever? Charlie says. Oh yeah, she says, nodding emphatically. I asked him out finally, and you know, 'cause he was shy, and he was never gonna ask me. And we went to the movies and made out a little, and then we went and hanged up to the roof of his apartment building, and I told him all about the studying of ancient civilization. And we went out to dig and stuff, and he showed me the poems. And did you come to know his soul? Charlie says, excited to be included in the girl talk, something she felt like she never had really gone into and participated before. Charlie nodded eagerly, but not too eagerly. She calmed herself as Jessica scoots forward on the bed to whisper, the poems were awful. I didn't know it was possible to be both melodramatic and boring all the time. I mean, like, just reading them made me embarrassed for him. She covered her face in her hands. Charlie laughed. And what did you do? What could I do? I told him it wasn't going to work out and went home. Wait, you read after you read his poetry? I still had the notebooks in my mind. Oh no, Jessica, that's awful. You must have broken his heart. I know, I feel so bad. But it's like the words just came out of my mouth. I couldn't stop myself. And did he ever speak to you again? Oh yeah, it's perfectly nice. But now he takes statistics and economics and wears sweater vests. Wow, you broke him. Charlie throws a pillow at Jessica, who sat up and caught it. I know, he's probably be a millionaire stockbroker instead of a starving artist, and it's all my fault, she grins. Come on, he'll thank me someday. Charlie shook her head. Do you really want me to be an archaeologist? Yup, Jessica says. Huh, says Charlie. Sorry, I thought she shook her head. Sorry, that is really cool. You thought I wanted to do something in fashion? Jessica says. Well, yeah. It's okay, Jessica says. I did too. I mean, I love fashion, but there's only so much to it, you know? I think it's amazing to think how many people live in thousands of years ago, or 2,000, or 10. They were just like us, but so different. I like to imagine living in other times, other places, wonder who I would have been. Anyways, what about you? Charlie rose over onto her back, looking into the ceiling. The tiles were made of loose, stained styrofoam, and the one above her head was new. I hope there aren't bugs up there, she thought. I don't know, she said slowly. I think it's really cool that you know what you want to be. I've never had that kind of plan. Well, it's now you have to figure it out, Jessica says. Maybe, Charlie says. But I don't know, I don't know what I wanted you to do. Josh knows since he could hold a pencil that he wanted to be a writer. He already getting it published. Even Carton, I don't even know what he has planned, but you can see that he has a scheme brewing behind all his kidding around. But I just don't have that kind of direction. It really doesn't matter. Jessica says, I don't think most people know at our age. Plus, that might change my mind. Or, heck, not even get into college or something. You know what's going to happen. Hey, I'm going to get changed and I'm going to get some sleep. She went into the bathroom and Charlie stayed where she was, gazing at the sorry looking ceiling. She's supposed to be a defect, and her earnest refusal to consider the past or future. She lives in the present moment. Her Aunt Jen said often, and Charlie had taken it to heart, don't dwell on the past. Don't worry about things that may never happen. In the eighth grade, she has taken a shop class, vaguely hoping that the mechanical work might spark something in her father's talent within her, but has not. She has made a clumsy looking birdhouse in the backyard. She never took another shop class, and the birdhouse only attracted one squirrel who knocked it down. Jessica came out of the bathroom wearing a pink striped pajamas, and Charlie went in to get ready for bed, changing and brushing her teeth hurriedly. When she came out again, Jessica was already in the covers with the light by her eyes. As the bed turns off, Charlie turns her off too. but the lights from the parking lot was still somehow flittering past the dumpster. Charlie stared up in the ceiling again, her hand between her head. Do you know what's going to happen tomorrow? She asked. I don't really know, Jessica says. I know it's a ceremony at the school. Yeah, I know that, Charlie says. Are we going to do anything like anything? She says. Like, do they want us to speak? I don't think so, Jessica says. Why? Do you want me to say something? No, I was just wondering. Do you ever, think about him? Jessica asks. Sometimes. I try not to, Charlie says, half truthfully. She has sealed off the subject of Michael in her mind, locked half tight between the metal walls. She's never touched it, but wasn't trying to have an effort to avoid the subject. In fact, it was an effort to think of him now. What about you? She asked Jessica. Not really, she said. It's weird, right? Something happens, and it's the worst thing you can imagine. It's just burned into you sometimes, like it's going to go on forever. And then the years go by, and it's just another thing happens. Not like it's not important or terrible, but it's in the past, just as much as everything else. I guess, Charlie says. But she did know. I'm just trying not to think about those things. Me too. I just went to a funeral last week. I'm sorry, Charlie says, sitting up. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I already knew him. He was just an old relative who lived 3 states away. I think I met him once, but hardly remembered. We mostly went for my mom's sake. It was an old-fashioned funeral parlor, like in the movies, with an open coffin. We all walked by his coffin, and when it was my turn, I looked at him. He could have been sleeping, just calm and restful. Like people always say dead people look. There was nothing I could have pointed out that made him think he was dead. If you ask me, every feature of his face looked like he was alive. His skin was the same, his hair was the same, like, but he wasn't alive. And I just knew it. I would have known it immediately, even if it wasn't, a coffin. I know what you mean. There's something about them when they're. Charlie says softly. It sounds stupid when I say it, but when I look at him, he looks so alive. And yet I knew he wasn't. It made my skin crawl. That's the worst thing, isn't it? Charlie says. Things that act alive but weren't. What? Jessica says. I mean, things that look alive but aren't, Charlie says quickly. We should get some sleep, she says. Did you set the alarm? Yes, Jessica says. Good night. Night. Charlie knew sleep was a long way off. She knew what Jessica meant, probably better than Jessica did. The artificial shines in her eyes. They follow you as you move, just like a real person would. The slight urge of realistic animals who do not move the way Aladdin should. The occasionally programmed glitches that made a robot appear to have done something new, something creative, has been filled with them. She has grown up in the strange gap between life and not life. It has been in her world. It has been her father's world. Charlie closed her eyes. What did that world do to him? Uh, let's see. We're gonna see what we're in chapter 3. We read 15 pages. I already see how many pages again. Okay, 3. We have 280 pages to go. Pretty sure we will get this done soon. All right, we're in chapter 3. We're gonna read the entire the Silver Eyes right here. We got 280 pages. Chapter 3. Thud, thud, thud. Charlie startled out of sleep, disoriented. Something was banging on her door, trying to force its way in. Oh, for goodness, Jessica says grumpily. And Charlie blinked and sat up. Right, the motel hurricane. Someone was knocking on the door as Jessica went to answer it. Charlie got out of bed and looked at the clock. It was 10 a.m. She looked out the window and it was a bright new day. She slept worse than usual. Not nightmares, but dark dreams she could not quite remember. Things that stuck with her. like beyond the back of her mind, images she could not catch. Charlie, someone was screeching. Charlie went to the door and found herself immediately enveloped with a hug. Marla plumped arms and gripping her like a vice. Charlie hugged her back tighter than she was meant to. When Marla let go, she stepped back, grinning. Marla's mood has always been so intense. They were contagious, spreading out to whoever was in her path. When she was gloomy and pale, fell over to her friends, the sun gone behind her cloud. When she was happy, like now, it was impossible to avoid the lift of joy. She was always breathless, always slightly scattered, always giving the impression that she was running late. Although she never was, Marla was wearing a loose dark red blouse, and it suited her well, setting off her fair skin and dark brown hair. Charlie has kept in better with touch with Marla and the others. Marla was the type who made it easy to stay friends, even at the distance. Even as a little kid, she was always sending letters and postcards. Unturned if Charlie didn't respond to everyone, she was really very positive and assumed that everyone liked her unless they made it clear otherwise. Using the popular words, Charlie admitted it's about her, she herself. Though not shy, was always calculating, does that person like me? Are they just being polite? How do people tell the difference? Marla's come to visit her once they were 12, but she has charmed Charlie's aunt and made fast friends with her school friends, while still being clear that she was Charlie's friend, and she was only there to see Charlie. Marta's gigantic smile turns serious as she studies Charlie, peering at her as if she was trying to spot the difference since they last met. You're as pale as ever. She took Charlie's hand in her own. And you're clampy. Don't you ever get warm? She drops Charlie's hands and proceeds to get study the motel room, respectfully, as though uncertain exactly what it was. It's the luxury suit, Jessica says. Without expression, she searched for something in her bag. Her hair was sticking up in all directions, and Charlie steps for a smile. It was nice to see something about Jessica's disarray for once. Jessica found her hairbrush and held it up triumphantly. Ha! Take that, Morning Frizz. Come on in, Charlie says, realizing she and Marta were still in the doorway. The door's wide open, Marta nodded. One sec, Jason, she shouted out the door. No one emerged. Jason? The young boy came trotting up from the road. He was short and wired, darker skinned than his half sister. His Batman t shirt and black shorts were made for someone twice his size. His hair was cut close to his head, and his arms and legs were streaked with dirt. Why are you playing in the road? Marta demanded. No, he said. Yes, you were. Don't do that. If you get yourself killed, Mom's gonna blame me. Get inside. Marta shoved her little brother inside and shook her head. How old are you? Charlie asked. 11, Jason said. He went to the TV and started fiddling with the buttons. Jason, stop it, Marta says. Play with your action figures. I'm not a little kid, he says. Anyways, they're in the car. But he stepped away from the television to look at the window. Marlo rubs her eyes. We just got here. We have to leave at 6 in the morning. And someone, she said, Tilly glancing over the shoulders at Jason, someone wouldn't stop fiddling with the radio. I'm so tired, she says. But they never did. After sleepovers as kids, Charlie remembered her bouncing up and down like a maniac as the rest of them. When winding down for the night, they fell down asleep abruptly, like a cartoon character who's been hit over the head with a rolling pin. We should get ready, Jessica says. We're supposed to meet the guys at the diner in an hour. Hurry, Marla says. We have to change too. I didn't want to get all gross while we were driving. Jason, you can watch TV, Charlie says. And he looks at Marla. She nodded and grinned and turned on. Started to flip through channels. Please, just pick a channel. Marta says. Charlie heads into the bathroom to get dressed, and Jessica fusses with her hair. A little less than an hour later, they pull up to the diner parking lot. The others are already there, in the same booth they've been in the night before. When they get inside, Marla performs a second round of squeals and hugs, only slightly quieter than before. They were in the public. Overshadowed by her enthusiasm, Lamar stood and waved at Jessica, and Charlie waited until Marla sat down. Hi, guys, he said. At least he was wearing a dark tie and a dark gray suit. He was tall and thin, black with his hair shaved close to his head. His featured was sharp and attractive, and he looked like just an older version of the rest of them. It could have been the suit, but Charlie thought it was something about the way he stood, holding himself like it would be comfortable wherever he was. They have just for a little bit of the ceremony. Marla has changed the veil a bit, and she and Jessica were both wearing dresses. Jessica was knee-length, covered in flowers, a light fabric that was moved as she walked in. Marla was simple, with big sunflowers splashed over. Charlie didn't think to bring a dress, and she hoped she didn't look out of place in black pants and a white button-down shirt. John was wearing a light purple shirt today, though he didn't add a tie or slightly darker color. And Carden seems to be wearing an identical outfit as before, still in black, as they all sat down. Well, don't we all look nice? Marla says happily. Where's Jason? Jessica cranks her head from side to side. I'll be right back, Marla groans. She scoots out the booth and hurries out the door. Lamar, what have you been up to? Charlie asks. Lamar grins. He's an Ivy Leagues man, Carney says, teasing. Lamar looks briefly down at the table, but he was smiling. Her league acceptance was all he said. Which one? Jessica says. Colonel? Hey, how did you already apply to college? Charlie says. That's not till next year. I don't even know where I want to go. He skipped sixth grade, John says. There was a brief flickers of something across his face, and Charlie knew what it was. John liked being the clever one, the precise one. Lamar had been known as the goofball when they were kids, and now he was leaps ahead as John forces a grin and I'm just gonna drink some water. Yummers water. It's time to finish the water. Put down the water. That's crap. Alright, this. Time to finish the water for FNAF. That's some good water. Who doesn't like water? Drinking the water was for FNAF. Yummers. Alrighty. Yummers. I think we were like in this page. Alright, Agüita. Water. Moments pass. Congratulations, he said, with no hint that was entirely sincere. Marla came bursting in again, this time towing Jason behind her. Holding onto his upper arm at the hotel, she admitted to change into a blazer and Kais as well, though he was still wearing his Nikes. Guys, this I feel like wait, think about it. Nikes and recently like we read this and like Nikes and exist in the FNAF timeline. That's actually kind of wild. So we got Nikes and the kid had like a spider. Was it a Spider-Man? Let's go back. I don't know. I think it was a Spider-Man, dude. Let's see. We'll be right back on. Batman. It was a Batman shirt. So Batman and Nike is canon in FNAF. That's actually wild. Who knew? Moments passed. Congratulations, he said, with no hint that was not entirely sincere. Marla came busting in again, this time towards Jason behind her, holding onto his upper arm. At the hotel, she has made him change into a blazer and kayaks as well, although he was still wearing his Nikes. Connie, stop it, he whined. Is that Jason? Colin asked. Yeah, Jason said. Do you remember me? Colin said. I don't remember any of you, Jason said unapologetically. Sit there, Marta said, pointing to the next booth over. Okay, he grumbled. Marta, he can sit with us, Jessica said. Jason, come over here. I want him to sit here, he said, and sat down between them. He pulled a video game out of his pocket and was oblivious to the world. The waitress came over and they ordered. Marta told her to put Jason's breakfast on the check. When the food came, Charlie checked to her watch. We don't have a lot of time, she said. We get there, Carnan says. It's not far. A small piece of the food fell out of his mouth as he gestures down the road. Have you been back to school? Lamar asked, and Carnan shrugs. I pass it sometimes. I know this isn't a nostalgia trip for all of you, but I just live here. I don't exactly go around in the kindergarten all the time. They were all quiet for a second. The beeps and pings of Jason's video games was filling the silence. Hey, did you know that Lamar goes to Cameron next year? Jessica says to Marta. Really? Wait, aren't you ahead of the pack? She says. Lamar looks down at his plate. When he looks up, he was a little flustered. All part of the 5 year plan, he said. They laugh as he blushes deeply. It's kind of weird to be back here, he says, hastily changing the subject. I think it's strange. I'm the only one who still lives here, Conan says. Nobody ever leaves Hurricane. It is strange though, Jessica says thoughtfully. My parents, you remember? My mom from New York, originally, she used to joke about it about going back. When I go back to New York, but it might as well have been. When I win the lottery, she didn't mean it. And then, right after Michael, right after she stopped joking about it, 3 months later, we were all on a plane to visit her sister in Queens, and we never came back. My dad's father died when I was 9. They came back to Hurricane for the funeral without me. They didn't want to come back here, and honestly, I didn't want to go. I was kind of anxious the whole time, and then they were gone. One kept looking out the window and hoping they would come back earlier, like something bad was going to happen to them if they stayed. They looked at one another, considering Charlie knew they had all moved, but Carton. But she has never thought about it. People move all the time. Carton was right though. People didn't leave Hurricane. We moved because my dad got a new job. The summer after third grade, John says. That's not exactly mysterious. Lamar, you left in the middle of semester that year. Yeah, he said, but that's because when my parents split, I went to my mom's into Indianapolis. He frowned. But my dad moved too, but he was in Chicago now. My parents left because of Michael, Marla says. They all turned to her. Afterwards, my mom couldn't sleep, she says. Spirits were stirring in town, unquiet. My dad told her she was being ridiculous, but we still left as fast as we could. Marta looks around her friends. What? She says. Defensively, I don't believe in ghosts. I do, Charlie says. She felt like she was talking from a great distance. She was almost surprised they could hear her. I mean, not ghosts, but memories. I think they lingered for a moment. Whether there's something there or not, the house, her old house, imbued with a memory, with loss, with longing. It hung into the air like humanity. The walls are saturated like the wood has soaked in it. It has been there before she came in, and it was there now. It would have been there forever. It had to be. There was too much, too great and vast in the weight for Charlie that brought in for her. That doesn't make any sense. Just like I said, memory in our brains, like stored in our brains. You can see it on a scan. It can exist out of something in your mind. I don't know, John says. Think of all the places that have atmosphere, old houses sometimes, places where you walk in and you feel sad or nostalgic even though you've never been there before. That's not other people's memories, though, Lamar says. That's a subconscious cues, stuff we don't realize we're noticing. That tells us we can feel some way. Peeling the paint, old-fashioned furniture, lace curtains, details that tell us nostalgic, mostly things we pick up in the movies. Probably. I got lost at the carnival when I was 4. I never was so scarred in my life. But I don't think anybody's feeling suddenly desperate for their mom when they pass the Ferris wheel. Maybe they are, Marla says. I don't know. Sometimes I have little moments where it's like that. Sometimes I forget, sometimes I regret, or that I'm happy about something that makes me want to cry, but it's only there for a split second. Then it's gone. Maybe we're all shredding our fear and regret and hope everywhere we go, and we're catching traces of people we never met. Maybe it's everywhere. How is that different from believing in ghosts? Lamar asks. It's totally different, Marta says. It's not supernatural, and it's not like the souls of the dead people. It's just people leaving their marks on the world. So, the ghosts of living people, Lamar says. No, you're talking about the people having some kind of essence that can hang around specific places of the area. So, that's a ghost. No, it's not. I'm not saying it right, Marta says. She closes her eyes for a minute, thinking, okay, she said at last. Do you remember my grandmother? I do, says Jason. She was my grandmother, too. Okay, she was my dad's mom, not yours, Marta says. Anyways, you're only a year old when she died. I do remember, Jason says quietly. Okay, Marta says. So she collected dolls from the time when she was a kid. She and my grandfather used to travel a lot after he retired, and she bragged about them and bring them back over to the world. She had them in France, Egypt, Italy, Brazil, China, everywhere. She kept them in their own special room, and it was full of them. Shelves with dolls, and tiny and almost big as I was. I loved it. One of my earliest memories is playing in that room with dolls. I remember my dad would always warn me to be careful, and my grandmother would laugh and say, "Toys should be played with." I had a favorite one. It was a 21-inch red-haired doll in a short, shiny white dress, like Shirley Temple. I call her Maggie. She was from the 1940s, and I loved her. I told her everything, and when I was lonely, I would imagine myself in that room playing with Maggie. My grandmother died when I was 6, and when my dad and I went to see my grandfather in the funeral, he told me I should pick a doll to keep from the collection. I went to the room to get Maggie, and as soon as I walked through the door, something was wrong. It was as though the lights had changed, becoming darker, harsher than they used to be. I looked around, and the lively, playful pose of the dolls now seemed unnatural, disjointed. It was as though all of them were staring at me. I didn't know what they wanted. Maggie was in the corner, and I took a step towards her, then stopped. I met her eyes, and instead of the painted glass, I saw a stranger. I turned and ran, and raced down the halls as though something might be chasing me, daring not to look back. I reached my father's side. He asked if I picked a doll. I just shook my head and never went back to the room. Everyone was silent. Charlie was transfixed, still seeing little Marla running for her life. What happened to the dolls? Carlin asked, only half breaking the spell. I don't know. I think my mom sold them to another collector when my grandfather died, Marla says. I'm so sorry, Marla, Lamar says. It's still just tricks of the mind. You miss your grandmother, you're frightened of the death, and dolls are freaky. Charlie broke in, wanting to head off the argument. Is everyone done eating? We have to go soon. We still have plenty of time, Carlin says, looking at his watch. It's like 5 minutes away. Someone else fell. Some more food falls off his mouth, landing next to the drop of a bit of food. John looks around the table from person to person, though he were waiting for something else. Oh, we have to tell him, he says, looking at Charlie. Oh, yeah, we totally do, Jessica says. Tell us what? Jason pipes up, peeking over the back of Marla's seat. Shh, Marla says, half-heartedly. She was looking at John. Tell us what? John drops his voice, forcefully everyone to lean over. Charlie did it too, eagerly to hear, even though she already knew exactly what was going on. We went to Freddy's last night, he said. Freddy's is still there? Marla exclaimed. Oh, loud. Shh, shh, Jessica said. making frantic hand movements. Sorry, Marta whispered. I can't believe it's still there. It's not, Carlin says, raising his eyebrow and grinning at Lamar. It's hidden, John explains. They were supposed to knock it down and build it into a mall, but they didn't. They just built around it. Entombed it, John corrected. And you got in? Lamar said. Charlie nods with a confirmation. No way. And what was it like? Marla asked. Exactly the same, John said. It was like everyone vanished, Charlie said softly. I want to go too. You have to take us, Marla says. Jessica clears her throat hesitantly, and they all look at her. I don't know, she says slowly. I mean, today, should we? We have to see it, Lamar says. You can't just tell us and let us see it. I want to see it, Jason says. What's Freddy's? They ignore him. His eyes were wide, and he was hanging on to every word. Maybe Jessica's right, John says. Maybe it's disrespectful to go out tonight. There was a moment of pause, and Charlie knew they were waiting for her to talk. She was the one that was afraid of offending, and they needed her permission. I think we should go, she says. I don't think it's disrespectful. It's almost a way of honoring what happened. She looks around the table as Jessica nods. Charlie wasn't sure it was much of an argument, but they needed to be convinced. They wanted an excuse. Marta twisted herself to look at Jason's plate. Are you done eating? She asked. Yep, he says. Marta points to the game in his hands. You know you can just play with that during the ceremony, right? She says. Yep. I'm serious, Jason. I'm locking it in the car. Why don't you just lock me in the car? He muttered. I would love to, Marta says under her breath. As she turns back to the group. Okay, we can go. They headed to the school in a cab run. The boys in the Carlton's car, Marla following, and Charlie bringing up the rear. We should have carpool, Jessica says, staring out the window. It hadn't occurred to Charlie. I guess, she said. On the other hand, I'm not sure if I want to ride with Marla and Jason, Jessica says playfully. They're kind of intense, Charlie agrees. When they arrived, the parking lot was already jammed full. Charlie parks on the side of the street in hopes there was a legal spot, and they walk to the school along the familiar sidewalk. Jessica shivers as she replies with, I got goosebumps. Is it weird to be out here? Charlie says. The school was locked, unchanged from the outside, but the fence was new and slicked. A black plastic coated chin linked. The whole town was like this, mix of old and new, and familiar and not. The things that have changed seem out of place, and the things that weren't changed remained the same. It made Charlie feel out of place. But be no strange for Carton to live here, she thought. I know this is a nostalgia trip for all of you, but I just live here, he said. Somehow, Charlie was not sure if she believed that. When he got to the playing fields beneath the school, the bleachers were already full. Rows of flowing chairs had been laid on front of them to add more seating, and Charlie spotted Marla and the boys at the front. Oh, great, she said. I don't want to sit in the front row. I don't mind, Jessica said. Charlie looks at her. Of course, you don't want to say anything. Yeah, she said, interested. No big deal. Half the town must be here anyways. She observes as they make their way to the group, where two seated have been saved. There's one in the open in the front row next to Carlin, as one's right behind it, beside Marla. Jessica winks to Charlie as they sat down beneath it. She leans towards him and they start whispering. There's a lot of people here. Yeah, Marla says. I mean, it is a small town, you know. Michael, it was a big deal. Plus, his parents still live here. People remember. People remember? Charlie echoes softly. There's a small raised stage set up in front of them with a podium and four chairs. Behind the chairs was a screen suspended, projected. It was a larger life picture of Michael. It was a close up of just his face. It was the most flattering picture. His head was thrown back at the odd angle, his mouth open in laughter. A perfect, joyful moment, snatched up and kept hidden. He looked happy. Darn it, Marla said softly. Charlie looked at her. She was dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. Charlie puts her arms around her. I know, she said. The sound system came up suddenly with a whine that slowly faded. Four people walked out on the stage. A heavy-set man in a suit, who went straight to the microphone, an elderly woman, and a couple of a man and a woman. The man in the suit stepped up the podium, and the elderly woman sat down on the floor stairs. The couple stayed back, but they did not sit. It must be the Michael's parents, but they did not recognize them. When she was young, they had just been parents, a species that was most unremarkable. She realizes suddenly that she didn't even know their names. Michael's parents have not gone out of their way to interact with their son's friends, and Charlie has literally spoken to them as Michael's mom and Michael's dad, as those are the appropriate forms of the address. The man at the podium introduces himself as the school's principal. He said a few things about loss in the community and the fleeting preciousness of youth. He talks briefly about Michael's kindness, his artistic talents, and the impressions he makes, even as a small child, on everyone he met. If it was true, Charlie reflected, Mike has been usually a charismatic child. He wasn't exactly a leader, but they all found themselves wanting to please him, to make him smile. And so they did. The things he did and the things he knew he wanted to do, just wanted to make him happy. The principal finished up and introduced Michael's parents, Juan and Donald Brooks. They stepped up at the podium awkwardly, and they each looked at each other from face to face in the crowd, as if they were not sure how they got in here. Finally, John steps forward. It feels strange to be up here, was the first thing she said, and a murmur of something like argument swept in quietly to the crowd. We are so grateful to all of you for coming, especially those of you who came out here from out of town. She looks directly at the front row as she began talking to Charlie and the others. Some of Michael's friends has come over to talk, and I think this is a testament to that who he was this 10 years later. When your lives were on new paths, moving on to a whole new stage of life. So close to the stage, Charlie could see that she was about to cry. Tears were raving in her eyes, but her voice was steady. We are grateful you are here. We wanted to give Michael a legacy with this scholarship, but it is clear that he already left one. Marla grabs Charlie's hand and Charlie squeezes it back. I want to say, John continued, something about the families who are not here. As we know, Michael was not the only child lost during these terrible few months. She reads out a few more names. Two girls, two boys. Charlie glances at Marla. They all knew they had been other children, but Michael's death had loomed so great in all the children as they have never been talked about the other victims. Now Charlie felt a pang of guilt to someone those victims, those little girls and boys, had now been vital as Michael, to someone their loss, has meant the end of the world. She closes her eyes for a moment. I can't mourn everyone, she thought. No one can. John was still talking. Although their families have moved on to other places, those young boys and girls will always have a place in our heart. Now, I would like to call in to speak a young man who is particularly close to my son, Carlin, if you would. They all watched in surprise as Carlin stood up and climbed up behind the podium. Owen hugged him tightly and stayed close behind him as he pulled a crumbled piece of paper from his pocket. He cleared his throat, looking over the head of the crowd, then crumbled the paper up again and put it in his pocket. I don't remember as much about Michael as I should, he said finally. Too much of the years is a blur. But I know we met, and when we were still in his diapers, but I don't remember that. Thankfully, there was a soft titter toward the crowd. I do know that far back as I have memories, Michael is in them. I remember playing superheroes, and drawing when he was much better than me. And as we got older, I remember, I really remember though, is that the days were always more exciting when he was in them. He was smarter than me. He was Always the one coming up with new ideas, new ways to get in trouble. Sorry about those lamps, by the way, Miss Brooks. If I had jumped the way Michael said, I probably would have had only broken one. Donald laughs, gulping a desperate sound. Charlie shifts uncomfortably and pulls her hand from Marla with an apologetic half smile. The grief Megan was too much to watch. It was raw, an open wound, and she could not stand the look. Carden came back down to sit with them. Michael's grandmother spoke, and then his father, who had recovered enough to share a memory of taking his son to his first art class. He told the crowd about the scholarship for a graduation senior who has demonstrated both excellence and passion in arts, and announced the winner of the first one, Anne Parks, a slight Korean girl who came quickly up to the stage to accept her plague and the trophy from up to the stage. Michael's parents must have been strange for Aunt, Charlie said. Her honor was overshadowed by her origins. But then she realized Anne must have known Michael too. However, much more in the passing. After the ceremony, they went to say hello to Michael's parents, hugging them, making the sounds of condolence. What do you say to someone who has lost a child? Can it be any easier? Can 10 years make a difference? Or do they wake up each morning with a fresh grief as the days go by? He died. On a long cafeteria table by the stage, pictures and cards were collecting slowly. People have been bought flowers and notes to Michael's parents or to him. Things they remember, things they wish they had said. Charlie went over and browsed through the notes. There were pictures of her and the others, as well as Michael. It should have been surprised her that they were all together constantly as a group in rotating groups of two and three. She saw herself in the middle of a pose. Michael should have been Michael, still perfectly clean, refusing to go near them. Charlie smiles. That looks about right. In another, a 5-year-old brother, Willem, 5-year-old Marla struggles to support the weight of her newborn little brother. With Lamar peering suspiciously at the tiny things over her shoulder, some of Michael's drawings were there too. Crayon scribbles, professionally in frame. Charlie picks up one of the drawings, a drawing of what she was supposed to be a T Rex stomping through the city. It was actually, she realized now, how amazed he was with the talent he has. While she was looking at the drawings, she realizes something that looks realistic, sort of. That's really good, John said over his shoulder. Charlie startled. You scared me, she said. Sorry. Charlie looks back at the drawings. Whatever it was better than she could draw now. Suddenly her chest was tightened, coupled with loss and rage. It wasn't just that Michael died young. It was that what that truly meant. He's been stopped in his tracks for so long and torn violently from him. She felt herself welled up and as a youthful ingredient, as if she was a child again, wanting only to whine. It's not fair. Taking a deep breath, Charlie sets the picture back down on the table and turned away. The gathering was continued, but she needs to leave. She caught Marla's eye, and Marla, as scary and intuitive as always, nods and catches Lamar sleeve from their various points. They all headed to the parking lot. No one seemed to notice their departure, which made sense except for Carden. They were all strangers here. And they stopped by Marla's car. They somehow were able to call down a miracle and found a space right next to the school. Can I play my game now? Jason says. And Marla found her keys in her purse and handed them over. Bob, don't drive away, she warned. Suddenly, Marla grabbed her brother and pulled him close, hugging him for a long minute. Geez, I'm going to need a car, he muttered. Then she let him go. Yeah, maybe I should let you drive away, she said. Giving him a little push, she cleared her throat. So are we going to Freddy's? She asked. They all looked at one another. Yeah, Charlie said. I think we should. Somehow following this, going back to Freddy seems like more than just a game. It felt right. Let's meet there at sunshine, she said. Then there's some water. Hello. Silver Ice. Guys, the Silver Ice sounds like the FNAF movie, like actually. Delicious water. Oh my god. I literally have so much water on here. We're almost done with the Silver Ice. We had the announcements earlier. Just drink water. Yummers. Alright, let's continue with the Silver Ice. Hey Jessica, can you catch a ride with the guys or something? I'm gonna go for a walk. You can come with us, Marta said. I promised Jason I'll take him to the movies. Charlie headed down the road without waiting to hear the rest of the discussion. 1,000 feet from the lot, she realizes she was being followed. She turns around. John, do you mind if I come? You're going to your old house, right? How did you know that? It's the only interesting thing out this way. Anyways, I want to see my old place too. It was painted blue, and there was a garden in the yard. It was weird. I know it wasn't blue when I lived there, but I could remember what color it was supposed to be. Everything's so different. Charlie didn't say anything. She wasn't even sure she wanted John to come with her. Her house, her father's house, it was private. She thought the first time John had seen toys, his fascination, his interests, that was all his. That had nothing to do with pleasing her. She relented. Okay, you can come. Is it? He hesitated. Is it different? It really is a not, Charlie says. It was quite true, but she wasn't sure how to explain the things that have changed. They walked towards for the better part of 3 miles away from town, and down the old road, first paved, then graveled as they neared the place. They left the roads, ascending the steep incline of the hills overrun with brush and ascending the steep incline of the hills overrun with bushes and trees that should have trimmed out or cut down ages ago. The three rode to pick over the leaves scattered dryly over the hills, but no one has lived there in the house in a long time. As they walk up the driveway, John stops in the shorts as staring up at the houses. I thought it would look less intimidating, he said softly. Impatient, Charlie took his arm for a second and pulled him away, leading them around the side of the house. It was one thing for him to be here with her, but she was not quite ready to let someone else inside. She wasn't even sure she wanted to go inside anyways. He followed her without protest as if aware they weren't in her territory, and she would decide where they went. The property was large, more than a lawn. There were woods surrounding the wide space of the backyard, and as a child, Charlie has often felt like she was in her own little realm, ruler of all surveys. The grass has gone wild, weeds growing feral and up to her knees. They walked the perimeter, John's pearl into the woods, and Charlie was struck by her old childhood fear, like something out of a fairy tale. Don't go into the woods alone, Charlotte, her father warned. It was not sinister, just a parent's warning. Don't get lost, like telling her not to cross the street without someone holding someone's hand, or not to touch the stove when it gets hot. But Charlie took it more seriously. She knew from her storybooks, as all the children did, that the wood contains wolves and more dangerous things. She caught John's sleeve. Don't, she said, as he pulls back from the woods, not asking why. Instead, he went to the trees in the middle of the yards and pulled a hand on it. Remember that tree? He said, smiling, something a little wicked from his voice. Of course, Charlie said, walking over. It's been here longer than I ever was. But he was looking at her, waiting for more, and suddenly she remembered. It's been a sunny day, springtime. They were 6 years old, maybe. John was visiting, and they were playing hide and seek, half supervision by Charlie's father, who was in the garage workshop, absorbed by his machines. The doors would open, and then the doors would open to the garage, as he would notice if someone screamed. But short of that, the outdoors were on their own. John counted to 10, as eyes covered, facing the trees. That was the home base. The yard was wide and open. There were not many places to hide, so Charlie bowed up in excitement of the games as she dared to hide beneath the forbidden edge of the woods. Just barely past the tree lines, John searched other places. First, between behind her father's car, in the corner where one part of the garage jutted out, the space between the porch where a child could barely crawl. He realizes where he must be. And Charlie braces herself to run as he begins to walk down the edges of the yard, darting into the woods and out again, looking behind the trees. When at last he found her, she took off, tearing across the lawn to the home based trees. He was just behind her, so close he could almost touch her, and it almost sped up, staying just out of reach. She hits the tree, almost slamming into it, and John was right behind her, bumping into her a second later. Too fast to stop, they were both giggling hysterically, and then they stopped at the same moment, still gasping to catch their breath. Hey, Charlotte, John said, stressing her name in a mocking tone he always used to. Don't call me that, Charlie said automatically. You ever see grown-ups do this? He picked up sticks and started digging at the tree bark. He was more interested in her answer, Charlie shrugged. Guess so. Want to try it? Still, he was looking at her. His face was streaked with dirt, like it often was, and his hair was sticking out in odd directions. A twig cut in above his forehead. Gross, Charlie said, wrinkling her nose. Then, after a moment, yeah, okay. John dropped the stick and leans toward her, his hands behind his back. Charlie closes her eyes, waiting, still not sure what she was supposed to do. Charlotte! It was her father. Charlie jumped back as John's face was close to her. She bangs into him with her forehead. Ah, she yells, clanging a hand to his nose. Charlie's father came around the side of the trees. What are you up to, John? He pried John's finger away from his nose. You're not bleeding. You'll be fine, he said. Charlie, closer to the house, please. He then points to the finger directly towards his forward. John, it looks like your mom is here anyways. He walks ahead of them towards the driveway, where her car has just pulled in. Yeah, okay. John trots over to the driveway, turning once to the wave as he waves at Charlie. He was grinning that something wonderful has happened, although Charlie is not sure what it was. Oh my, Charlie said now, covering her face. Sure, it was bright red. When she looked up again, John was grinning the same satisfaction. 6-year-old grin. You know, my nose still hurts. When it rains, he said, touching a finger to it. It does not, Charlie says. She leans back against the tree. I can't believe you tried to kiss me. Charlie stares at him accusingly. Even the little hearts knows what it wants, John says, in a mocking romantic tone. But there is an edge of something real in it, something not well enough hidden. Charlie realizes suddenly that he was standing very close to her. Let's go to your dad's workshop, John says abruptly. Too loud, and Charlie nodded. Okay, she regretted it as she said it. She did not want to open the workshop door. She closed her eyes, still leaning against the trees. She could still see it, but she could see what she thought of the place. The twitching, the malform, the metal skeletons in the dark corner, with it roaching shutters and blistering silver eyes. The images welled up in her head until it was all there, the memories of cutting acreage. But she did not know who it belonged to, not to her father or to herself. Charlie felt a hand on her shoulder as she opened her eyes. It was John, frowning at her like he was worried. Charlie, you okay? No. Yes, she said. Come on, let's go. Let's see what's in the workshop. It was not locked, and there was no reason for it to be either, Charlie thought. Her eyes went first to the dark corner. The figure was not there. There was a weathered open hanging in a place, the one her father had worn for soldering, and his goggles next to it. But there was no sign of that uncanny presence. Charlie should have felt relief, but she didn't. Only a vague unease. She looks around. There seems to be almost nothing left of the workshop. Benches were there where her father has assembled and tweaked his inventions, but the materials, the blueprints, and the half finished robots that were once crammed onto every surface have disappeared. Where are they? Have her aunt and carried away to the junkyard to rust and crumbled among other discarded useless things, or has her father done it himself, so no one will have to? The concrete floor was littered here and there with scraps. Whoever has done the cleanup has done it well. Charlie kneels and picks up an oddly sharp scrap of wood. It's a small circuit board. She turns it over and looks over it. Whose brain were you? She wonders. But it does not matter now, really, as it was battered and worn, badly scratched to repair, even if someone wanted to. Charlie, John says from across the workshop. He was in the dark corner. If the skeleton has been there, could it reach out to touch him? But it's not there. What? Come see what I found. Charlie went up to John, standing beside her father's toolbox, and he stepped away as she came over, giving her the toolbox. Charlie kneeled down before it, looked at it, and it's just polished as if it was made of dark stained wood, glossy with some kind of icy air. She opened it gently. Charlie picked up the owl from the top tray and held it for a moment, the rounded wooden handle fitting in the palm of her hands, as if it was made for her to use. Not that she knew how, the last time she picked it up, she could barely fit in her fingers on the base. She picked up the tools, and one after another, lifting them from their places. The toolbox had wooden spaces carved onto the fit precise shape it's- of each item. All the tools were polished and clean, their wooden handles smooth and their metal unrusted. They looked as though they had been used just that morning, wiped down and put away maliciously, like someone still cared for them. She looked at them with a fierce, expectant joy, as if someone she had fought for returned for her. But it all felt wrong, misplaced. Looking at her father's things just felt off balance. Something in the world was not as it should be. She sees it suddenly and unfounded fear. She trusts the back of her head back into the place in the box, dropping it like something's burning. She closes the lid but did not stand. The memory overtook her, and she closes her eyes, fighting against it. Her feet were wedged into the dirt, and two large claw hands covered her eyes. Suddenly, there was a bright light, and Charlie squinted again and again, impatiently, to see what was before her. Three complete and gleaming figures towards her were leaning at her, motionless in the sun, reflecting off her every edge and contour. They were blinding to behold. What do you think? She heard the question, but could not answer it. Her eyes had adjusted. The three masks of standing metal all looked similar in her distant structure, but Charlie had grown accustomed to seeing more than there was. Imagining the final result, for a long time now, there had been three empty suits hanging like carcass from rotted in the attic. Charlie knew they had special purposes, and now she understood what the purposes were. Two long beams projected from the top of the head of the hulking masses. The head itself was solid and skull-like. The beams looked as they'd been violently thrusted there before. There, the rabbit! Charlie squealed, proud of herself. You aren't scared of him? The voice asked. Of course not. He looks like Fedor. Fedor? That's right. Wow. The figure in the middle was more clearly rendered. Its face was chiseled. It featured distant. It was clearly a bear and was single metal beam sticking out of the top of the head, and a top hat as well. As Charlie was puzzled for a moment, she smiled. She said it with confidence. The last form was perhaps the most frightening. A loud metal clamp produced from an empty face. It's the place where your mouth was might go. He was holding something like a platter, a metal structure that looked like a jaw, wires running like a steam of spaghetti up and down with the frames and sockets. Now that one's scary, she admitted hesitantly. Well, this part looks like a cupcake. Her father pressed down the top and the jaw snapped shut, making Charlie jump and giggle. Suddenly, her laughter stops. She's been so distracted she's forgotten I'm not supposed to be here. I don't stand here. Her hand was trembling. How could she have forgotten the corner? She looked at the ground, unable to lift her eyes, unable to move. One of her shoes were untied. There was a screw next to her as the old piece of tape and with the dirt. There was something behind her. Charlie? It was John. Charlie? She looked up at him. Sorry, just lost this place. She stood and took a step forward, positioning herself in the place she remembers. She glanced behind her as if it was a memory might manifest. The corner was empty. There was nothing. She knelt again and put her hands on the ground, fishing around until she found a small screw in the bare dirt. She palmed it and then looked closer. There were small holes in the ground exposing when she moved the loose dirt earlier. Charlie ran her finger over them thoughtfully. Charlie, I have to tell you something. There was something urgent in John's voice. Charlie looked around the workshop and stood up. Can we go outside? She said. I can't breathe in here. Yeah, of course, he said. He follows her out into the yard and back to hide and seek the tree. She was tired, a real exhaustion deep inside. She would have been fine in a minute, but she wanted a place that was held only silly childhood memories. She sat down in the grass and leaned against the truck and waited for John to talk. He settled himself cross-legged in front of her, a little skiffy in his pants, as she laughed. Are you getting worried and dirty? Times changes, he says, about a weary smile. Why do you have to tell me? She says, and his face grew serious. I should have something to have said something a long time ago, he said. I just when something happens like that, you don't trust your memory. Don't trust your own mind. What are you talking about? Charlie asked. Sorry, he took a deep breath. I saw someone that night, the night Michael disappeared. What do you mean? Reading when we were sitting at the table by the stage, and the animals had started going crazy. I remember, Charlie said. It has been bizarre. Their movement unsettling. They were moving too fast, bending and spinning, cycling their movement to their limit. Program moves over and over. They seemed frantic, panic. Charlie was memorized. She should have been afraid of them, not, but she wasn't. She saw their judging emotions, a kind of desperation. She was reminded for a moment that she was in a dream of running, a dream where the world depended on her, as it keeps going just 10 steps forward. Yet her body could not move in slow motion. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. As the violently animatronics on the animal outstage trash robotic limbs in all directions, their eyes rolling in their sockets. What did you see? Charlie said to John now, shaking her head as though she could get rid of the image. There was another mascot, she said. A bear? Freddy? Charlie interrupted without thinking. No, not Freddy. John took her hands as if trying to calm them both, but he let go before he spoke again. It was standing right near us, next to the table, but it wasn't looking at the stage like everyone else. That technician came over, remember, and he was just watching the animatronics. I guess he was trying to figure out what was happening. I looked over at the mascot, and it looked back at me. John, what? Charlie said impatiently. Then the animatronics on stage stopped moving. I looked over at them, and when we all turned back around, Michael was gone, and so was the mascot. Charlie stares at him in disbelief. You saw the kidnapper? I didn't even know what I saw, John said. It was all chaos. I didn't even think about it. I didn't make the connection. I was just another animal at Freddy's. I didn't know who might have been inside. I was a kid, you know. You figure that the grown-ups already know everything now. Yeah, Charlie says. I know. Do you remember anything what the person looked like? John was staring up at the sky as if he was seeing something Charlie could not. Yes, he said. His voice was deliberate, steady. The eyes, they were all I can see. But I can see them sometimes, like they're right in front of me, like they were dead. What? They were dead, just dull and flat, like they were still moving, a blink and a saw. But whatever was behind them died a long time ago. He felt silent. It was growing dark. There was a bright, almost unnatural streak of pink across the western sky, and Charlie shivered. We should go back to the car, she said. It's almost time to meet everyone. Yeah, John said, but he didn't move right away, still staring at the distance. John, we have to go, Charlie says. He seemed to come back to himself slowly. Yeah, he said, we should go. He got up and brushed off his pants, then grinned at Charlie. Race ya, he said, and he took off running. Charlie chases after him, her feet pounding and her arms swinging free. Okay, let's see. Oh, alright, so we made it to like 88. Let's see how many chapters we got now. Alright, so this has like 8, 88. Guys, we're almost done. We're almost done, guys. I'm gonna check like the runtime of the Silver Eyes. This is a novel. This is very like interesting. I like the FNAF books. I should read them more. Alrighty. Checking the runtime, let's say. Guys. Oh my god, the Silver Ice is very long. We might just read like to like page 100, guys. Holy crap. Oh my god. How many hours is the Silver Ice? Searching up how many hours is this? It's gonna take us 5 hours. So, all right, let's get to it. It's gonna take us 5 hours. We're almost done. Alrighty, we're almost kind of done. Alrighty, calculator in case. Alrighty, we're in chapter 4. It's gonna take us 5 hours. Charlie and John were the last ones to the mall. When they pulled up, the others were gathered tight in a circle in front of Marla's car, as if sharing a conspiracy. Come on, Marla said before they had to walk up to the wall to the group. She was bouncing on the balls on her feet, as if she was ready to run for the door of the abandoned building. Everyone but Charlie and John has changed to their clothing, wearing jeans and t-shirts. Things were more suited for the area, as at least they didn't wear a dress, Charlie thought. Let's go, she said. Marta's impatience seemed to be contagious, or maybe it just gave Charlie an excuse to let her real feelings come to the surface. She wanted to show Freddie off to the others. Hold on, John said. He looked at Jessica. Did you explain everything? I told him about the night guard, she said. What else is there to tell? He looked thoughtfully for a moment. I guess nothing, he said. I brought more lights, Karen said, and held up 3 flashlights of varying sizes. He tosses one to Jason, a small one with an exact elastic handband attached. Jason turns it on and fixes it around his head and begins moving it staggeringly in waves and circles, making the lights bob and dance. Shh, Charlie says, even though he was not making any sound. Jason and Marta whispers, turn it off, we can't attract attention, remember? Jason Lee gleefully ignores them, spinning off into the parking lot like a top. I told him if it was not good, he has to wait in the car. Marta told Charlie quietly, but now that we're here, I'm not even sure which place is creepier. She eyes the bar branches overhead, raging in the wind, threatening to reach down and grab them. Or we can feed him to Foxy, Charlie winks. She went to her trunk and held out the police flashlights, but she did not turn them on. Instead, Carden switched onto 2 of his smaller lights and held them and gave them to Jessica. They headed into the mall, knowing where they were going and what was waiting for them there. Charlie, John, and Jessica and Carton moved through the empty spaces with a sense of purpose. But the others stopped looking around. Come on, Jessica said impatiently as Nightmare gazed up at the dome. You can't see, moron, he said, and pointed next to him. Marla nodded, mimicking his posture. It's beautiful, she said, although she could not see it from the distance. They heard footstep echoes in the emptiness. Hey, hey, over here, John hissed, as they hurried and quietly as they could. They could not run for the fear of making noises, and so they walked, fast, but carefully, hugging the walls. They entered the black void of the department store, creepily along in the shadows until they reached the break in the walls. John held back the hanging plastic obscuring the openings as they opened the viewers around the scaffolding. Jason was slow, and Charlie put a hand on his shoulder to hurry him up. As she steered him to the opening, a strong beam of light swept into the room, scanning up and down in the walls. They all ducked through the plastic and ran down the alley to where the others were, crouched down against the wall. He saw us, Jason whispered, alarmed and running straight to his sister. Shh, Marla said. They waited. Charlie was next to John this time. And after that moment by the tree, whatever it was, she was very, almost uncomfortable, aware of him. They were not quite touching, but she seems to know exactly where he was. It was an awkward sixth sense. She glanced at him, but his eyes were fixed on the opening to the hallway. They could hear the guard's footsteps now, clear in the empty space, which was distance. He was moving slowly, deliberately. Charlie closes the distance. He was moving slowly and slowly. She can tell where he was from the sound, she thought. He was getting closer, farther, crisscrossing the opening room like he was hunting for something. Alright, drink some water. Yeah, guys, stay hydrated, guys. I don't know how many chapters are in this, Jack. Alright, guys, I'm gonna check how many chapters in Silver Eyes. Let's see, guys. It can't be that many chapters. Uh, guys, I'm reading how many chapters. Guys, we don't know how many chapters there are. Yeah, I'm trying to find how many chapters this is. We're just gonna. I think there's like. Guys. All right. Um. There are 13 chapters. We'll be done soon. Okay, let's keep reading. Something. The steps came right up to the entrance of the stopped. They all held their breaths. He knows, Charlie thought. But the steps started again, and she opened her eyes and saw the lights receding. He was going away. They waited, still motionless. They could no longer hear the tapping of his hard, solid shoes. She and John both stumbled a little as they stood, and she realized they had been leaning against each other without realizing it. She didn't look at him. Instead, she set to work taking the heaviest things off the wooden shelf. Will I be needing this? Lamar asked as Charlie handed him a bucket with a saw sticking out. We have to move the shelves, Jessica said. Come on. Jessica, Charlie, Cardin, and John get back into place and move the shelves. Lamar tried to find a place to help, but there was not really room. Marla just waited. I better be suited to supervise, she said. And Charlie mocked glared at her. Oh God, my goodness. This time, the screaming of the metal doors was not as loud, as if there was no longer a protest their entrance quite so strongly. Still, Marla and Jason covered their ears. You think there's not going to be the guard to bring it in? Marta hissed. Charlie shrugs. Didn't last time, she said. I know he saw us, Jason said again. The others ignore him. His flashlight went right over me, he insisted. It's really okay, Jason, Jessica said. We thought he saw us last night too. But it's fine. Jason looks dubious, and Lamar looks into his eye level. Hey, Jason, he said. What do you think the guard would do if he saw us? Shoot us? Jason whimpers. I, Lamar. Worse, Lamar said. Community service. And Jason wasn't sure what it meant, but he held his eyes wide open as though it was something terrible. Will you leave him alone? Marla whispers. He didn't see us, Jason reassures himself. Though clearly unconvinced, Charlie turns on the big light and shines it down the hallway. Oh my, Marla gasped. The first lights streak across the interior of the pizzeria. Man, how dark is the pizzeria that they're not? They have to use a lot of lights. Wow. Suddenly it became real, and her face flustered with awe and fear. It's Purple Guy. Purple Guy, guys. I remember when William Afton didn't even have a name. Like, we literally just called him Purple Guy. Y'all remember when like William Afton had no name? They went in one by one. The temperature seemed to drop as soon as they walked into the halls, and Charlie shivered, but did not know how to feel at ease. She knew when they were gone and when they were now, and she knew when they would find when they got to the dining room. Carlin spreads his arms wide and furls. Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, he said in a booming announcement voice. Jessica giggles, but in the melodrama did not actually seem out of place. Marla and Lamar gaped at the room, awestruck. Charlie sits in the large flashlight on the ground. The beams of the area seems incredible as it faced up and lit up the main room in a dim but ghostly illumination. Cool, Jason says. His eyes are filled on the merry-go-round, and he races for it and jumps on the back of the pony. How do I make it go? He shouts. Sorry, buddy, John says. Jason climbs off disappointed. The arcade's over here, Corin says. Mentioning who might follow, Marla went with him, while Jason fiddled hopefully with the carousel control box. Lamar had walked up to the stage and was standing transfixed, staring up at the animals. Charlie went over him. I can't believe they're still here, he said, as he walks up to the animatronics. Yeah, she said. I forgot this was the real place, Lamar smiled, for the first time resembling the little boy Charlie has once known. Charlie smiles back. This was something surreal about the place. She has certainly never told anyone of her school friends about it. She had not known where to begin. Worse, she would not know where to go either or stop. Jessica pokes her head from the ragtag curtains at the side of the main stage, and they both are startled. What are you doing? Lamar asked. Exploring, she said. There's nothing back here and a bunch of wires now. She disappears into the fold of clothes again. After a moment, they hear a thump as she jumps to the ground, and she came strolling over. Do they work? Lamar asked, pointing at the animals. I'm not sure. I don't know, Charlie said. Truthfully, she had no idea how they work. They had always been set to intermittent life by whatever economies her father reformed in the workshop. It doesn't look like anything's missing. They should work, she recklessly added, though in her head she questioned the idea of trying to turn them on. Hey, Jessica exclaimed. She was kneeling on the stairs of the stage. Everybody, come here, now. Charlie went over and Lamar followed. What is it? Jessica looks into the area of the shining light. Look! Though well hidden above the grain of the wood, there was a door insert into the wall of the stage. How did we not see that? Charlie wonders. We weren't looking, John said. Staring into the small door, the whole group has gathered, and now Jessica looks around them with a grin. Put her hand on the little doorknob and pull. Magically, it opens. The door reveals a small sunken room. Jessica shines the light around it. It was full of equipment. One was covered with a TV screen. Must be a CCTV, Lamar said. Come on, Jessica hands on her flashlight to Charlie and swung her legs to the door. There was a deep steps leaping down into the room, which was no bigger than a large refrigerator turned on its side. That's a little too cramped for me. I kept looking around out here. John saluted, then turned as though to stand guard. This is like a clown car, Marlowe remarked, as he jostled against Charlie. The space was too cramped for all of them, but they crowded together as Jason sat on the steps, feeling more comfortable by the exit. They were each on their television screen across the wall, with its own little panel of buttons and knobs, and sticking out beneath them was another panel across the table, covered in buttons. They were large and black and unlabeled, and spaced in regular series. The other wall was blank, except for a single large switch by the door. What does this do? Jason says as he puts his hand on the switch. He hesitates for a while, just for enough for someone to stop him, and pulls it. See how many pages is this? I just want to say I'm curious. Oh my god, guys. Holy crap, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, my. Alright, most of the dining room. I think we were here. Hold on. And then pulls it. Okay. The lights came on. And then, this is wild. Anyways, the lights came on. What? Conan looks to the others, frankly. They all stare at one another in confusion silence. Jason climbs up and pokes his head out into his room. They're out here. They're out here, too, some of them. At least, he says, too loudly. Why is there power? They actually question why there's power in the doors. That's true. Why does the pizzeria need power? Is Fazbear Entertainment just that cheap? Like, like, I have never heard of a building that runs on power for like doors. Like, what kind of pizzeria or like what kind of location runs on power? Like with their doors? Is Fazbear Entertainment just that cheap? That's actually kind of wild. I wonder why no one ever questions that. Like, is Fazbear Entertainment just that poor? Like, no one ever questions that. Why does the doors need power? Did Scott ever say why the doors need power? Huh. The lights came on. What? Carly looks to the others frankly. They all stare at one another in confusion silence. Jason climbs up and pokes his head out into the main room. They're out here, too, some of them at least. He said too loudly. Why is there power? Jessica whispers, reaching over Jason to pull the door closed again. How is that possible? Jason said. This place hasn't been open in 10 years. Cool, Marla leans forward, studying the monitors as though expecting some sort of answer to be revealed. Turn on the TVs, Jason said slowly. I can reach. Jessica flips on the first TV, and static crackles across the screen. Nothing. Charlie asked impatiently. Just a sec. She twists the dial, wiggling back and forth, until an image emerges. It was on the stage centered on Bonnie. The other animals weren't visible. Jessica turns on the rest of the TV, adjusting them until the pictures become clear, although most of them were still poorly lit. They still work? Charlie said under her breath. Maybe, Jessica said. Hey, someone go out there, see if the camera's still alive. Okay, Marla said. After a brief hesitation, wiggling her way to the exit and awkwardly climbing over Jason. A moment later, Marla waves. She appears multicolored as the stage lights baff her in the purple, green, and yellow from different sides. Can you see me? She asked. Yeah, Carden shouted. Lamar was staring at the buttons as well. Ooh, what did these do? He says with a wicked grin, pressing one. Marla screams, Marla, are you okay? Charlie shouts, What happened? Marla was standing still on the stage, but she has backed away from Bonnie and was staring at him as if he might bite. He moved? Marla yelled. Bonnie moved? What did you do? Marla yelled as Jessica yelled as well, laughing. It's okay, we pushed the button. Lamar pressed the button again, and they all watched the screen this time. Sure enough, Bonnie turned swiftly to one side. He pressed it again, and the rabbits rolled back to the face of the absent audience again. Try another one, Karin said. Go ahead, Lamar said as he climbed out of the little room to join Marla on stage. He crouched down to inspect Bonnie's feet. They attached to the swiveling panel. He called. Yeah, Jessica called back. Not really listening, Karin started pressing buttons as the rest of them watched the cameras. After a moment, Charlie left the room as well. It's too stuffy in here, she explained. Jessica, perfume, and Karin's hair gel, both of which smelled nice enough out in the open, which started to form a stinky resin. She stepped out into the open to watch them experiment with the animals on stage. Most of the dining room was still dark now. There was three spotlights suspended from the ceiling, aiming beams of purple and yellow and green at the stage. The animals were cast down in unnatural colors. The dust and the beam of the lights were shown like tiny stars. So many of them were difficult to see through. The floor beneath the long tables were dusted and were with glitter that had fallen from the party hats. As she looks around and notices again the drawings that were in the lines of the walls at the heights of the children's eyes. They have always been there, and Charlie wondered now where her father had gone in the first ones. When the restaurant opened, had he used his own childish scribblings, or had he made them himself and stuck them up oh yes, yes, and stuck them up for give to encourage actual children to display their art. Well, I just realized the drawings, like, the Silver Eyes is like talking about drawings and all that. FNAF movie drawings. You know the FNAF movie, like movie novel, like it's mentioned that like William draws like pictures, and that's how he was able to control like the kids. Like man, William must have like terrible like art skills, because like you tell me he couldn't like draw better. I'm just saying like no way like bro is like a career counselor and also an inventor, but like he doodles like horribly. That's actually kind of wild. I'm just saying. Anyways, there were three color spotlights suspended from the ceiling, aiming beams of purple, yellow, and green at the stage. The animals were cast now in unnatural colors. The dust in the beam of the lights shone like tiny stars, so many that it was difficult to see through them. The floor beneath the long tables was dusted with glitter that had fallen from the party hats, and as she looked around, she noticed again the drawings that lined the walls of the place at all the heights of the children's eyes. They have always been there, and Charlie wondered now where her father's gone in the first ones when the restaurant opened. Had he used her own childish scribblings, or have he made them himself and stuck them up for getting to encourage actual children to display their art? The thought of her father hunching over his workbench, gripping an unsteady crayon hand and customized to manipulate microchips, oh my god, made her want to giggle. She noticed the flashlight still in the center of the room and went to switch it off. Don't waste the battery, she said in her head, in a chorus with Aunt Jen's voice. She turned her attention to the stage. It looked like the others had gone and she couldn't Bonnie to move to a series of small specific movements. Could each swivel their entire bodies back and forward, and their hands and feet and heads could be moved in various directions, but each of the movements were separated. Chica, oh god. Charlie went back to the control room and stuck her head in. Can you make them dance? She asked. I don't know how to. Wait, so are they like controlling them with like the buttons? Oh god. I didn't know there was buttons in like. Yeah, I wonder if this is only like in the book. Cause like there's literally like in the movie they press like the showtime button, they move. Here they're like controlling these animatronics with like buttons and all that. Is that even in the game? Is that in the? I feel like it's doing its own thing though. Huh? That's pretty cool. Maybe that's why these animatronics are mad with these four. It's literally like they're literally like controlling them. No wonder they get mad later on. They're getting controlled. They're making them do random things. Bruh. Now I understand. Anyways, Charlie went back to the control room and stuck her hand in. Can you make them do the dance? She asked. I don't know how. You think the buttons are like just random buttons? Or like there has to be like names in the buttons. I'm just saying. It can't be that like difficult. Karen said, leaning back away from the monitors. All this must have been used to program the dances. I don't think someone was in here manually controlling everything during the shows. He shook his head with certainty. That would have been impossible? Huh? Charlie said. Everyone quiet, Marla called out, and they all fell silent. For a moment there was no sound. Then Amar said, What? Marla frowned, tilting her head to the side. Oh God, oh my God. Listening for something. I thought I heard something. She said. Finally, it was like the pinks of a music box. Her mouth barely moved as she spoke. It's gone. Why isn't Freddy moving? Charlie asked. I don't know, Carmen said. I can't find the controls for him. Jessica said, tapping the monitors. These cameras don't show the whole place. Charlie peers at them, but they were mixed up, in no logical order. She couldn't piece together a picture of the whole restaurant. There is three cameras on the stage, one of each animal, but they shouldn't be on the whole entire thing. Jessica was saying, there's the entrance to the kitchen, but not the kitchen itself. And you can see the hallway and the room with the little stages we were at last night. Maybe the cameras are just in the main room, Cardenza said. Just said, Nope, said Jessica. There are cameras everywhere out there. So, Carden said, so there's gotta be another control room, Jessica said tribally. Maybe down the other stage? Charlie went back out into the main room. She was feeling restless, less excited by the discoveries than the others. Though she was not sure why, she watched the stage. Carter was still playing with the buttons. Bonnie and Chica dragging in small, disjointed motions as Freddy Fazbear remained motionless, his eyes half closed and his mouth slightly open. Hey, Lamar said suddenly. Marla, the music. I hear it now. Everyone was silent again. Then Marla shook her head. Creepy, she said, more excited this time, rubbing her hands together as though they were sharing campfire stories. Lamar took thoughtfully as wait, what the fuck? Oh my god, guys, creepy. Lamar looked thoughtfully at Freddy. Let's go find the others' control room, Jessica said, emergently with a determined look on her face. Okay, Marla jumped from the stage to join them, and they started scanning the rest of the stage, looking for a second door. Man, how many doors does like this pizzeria need? How big is the pizzeria that they need to look for a lot of doors? That's actually kind of wild. No way. This has to be the biggest pizzeria ever made that they need to look for a lot of doors. And why do the doors need power? No, that's a question that needs to be known. Well, I'm staying in here. Jason calls from the first room. This is so cool. Chica swirls back and forth rapidly on the stage. As he pushes her button repeatedly, Lamar went to join Jason. Okay, my turn, he said. Leaning on the door, he went in, not waiting for Jason's response. Charlie stays where she was, still staring at Freddy. Frozen in the middle of his act, John came up next to her, and she felt a flash of irritation. She did not want to be controlled into joining in the search. He stood next to her for a moment, looking at Freddy, then leaned in close to her and whispered, I'm counting to 100. You better hide. Surprised out of her thoughts, she looked at him for a moment, her irritation broken. He winked at her, then covered his eyes. It was absurd, it was childish, and in that moment, it was the only thing she wanted to do. Slightly giddy, Charlie took off, looking for a place to hide. Jason pushed the series of buttons again with increasingly frustration. I'm bored now, he announced. How can you be bored? Lamar said, wide eyed. They aren't working anymore. Jason continued to press the buttons, no longer watching the monitors. Oh, good job, Jason. You broke it. Lamar studied the monitors. Bonnie's head was up to the side. His eyes appeared to be watching the cameras. Well, go find your sister, Danny told Jason. I don't need permission, her permission to be bored. Impatiently, Jason climbs up and out of the control room. Everyone is so sensitive, Lamar mutters. Suddenly, he realizes he was alone in the control room. He climbs out, but Jason is already gone. Jessica was leading the exploration party, heading towards the little stage they discovered the night before. Marla looks back and saw Jason was skipping to catch up before they disappeared into the long halls. Be careful, she calls over her shoulder as Jason branches off in his own direction. Lamar catches up to the group and follows them on their way into the halls. The mall's dining room was empty now, though Jason could hear Charlie and John's playful shouts echoing from the party's room. They extended off the main building. Left alone, Jason heads straight for the arcade. It was more dimly lit than the rest of the place, and without the power, the arcade machines appeared as they were towering black monoliths in a forgotten art graveyard. The air was stale and thin. Jason went to the nearest arcade console and pressed a few buttons. Some stuck with age, but nothing happened. Plugged in, duh. He dug beneath the games to check, but even though the mounted wires seemed impossibly tangled, he looked to the way to plug it in. Maybe there's a switch for the whole room. He started to check on the walls. There was no obvious switch, but as Jason screamed and scanned the walls, he began distracted by the children's drawings tape in clusters. Jason was too young to have any memory of his own from being at Freddy's. Even Hurricane itself was no more than a hazy set of impressions, but something about the pictures brought a sense of nostalgia. Okay, they were all the same, really. The kind of drawings he and other kids have done. Figures with a circle for bodies and stick for arms and a multitude of colors. Only a few details showed within figures with animals. Chica for her beak, Bonnie with his ears. It seems like there had been more attention paid to the drawing of Freddy Fazbear. They were a little better. The children had been more careful with the details right. Jason found himself looking at one of the drawings in particular. It was the same as the others, maybe a little bit better. Bonnie the bunny hugging a child. There was no name at the bottom. Jason took the picture off the wall and certain why this particular one interested him so much. John burst out of the room with a wide grin and a deep breath, but then seeing that it was only Jason inside, he quickly returns to a stoic demeanor. So, he nodded his head, playing it cool, then casually steps away before silently returning to a sprint. Playing hide and seek like babies, Jason thought, I hope I never fall in love. He looked back down at the drawing and squints at the not seeing him correctly. The child was now facing away from Bonnie. Jason stared for a long moment. Wasn't he hugging Bonnie before? He looked out at the main room, but Marla was out of sight. Looking for a control room, Jason folds the paper drawing carefully and puts it in his pocket. It was suddenly apparent how quiet it has become. Jason steps out timely and peeks into the dining room. Guys, he whispered, looking back once, then venturing out to find the group. Jessica, Lamar, Carlton, and Marla were still creeping around slowly, though the other half of the building, the spotlights from the dining room, didn't reach this far. Only accepting the edges of the corners or the specks of the glitter, Jason scanned the walls with her flashlight, looking for breaks in the plaster and motions to Marla to do the same. We have to check the hidden door, she said. The last one wasn't really hidden, Carlin pointed out. Yeah, Jessica considered, but she kept her light on the walls, clearly not ready to give up the hunt. They passed two bathrooms they had not noticed the night before. Do you think the plumbing still works? Colin said. I really need to use the bathroom. Were you 5 years old? I don't want to hear that. Jessica rolls her eyes and walks faster. When they get to the room with the little stage, everyone stops. Marla and Lamar went closer to the stage, drawing together, slightly as if it's unaware they were doing it, even though Karen and Jessica had been here the night before. As if though they were seeing it anew, though Marla and Lamar's eyes, they have still not seen what was behind the curtain. Karen realizes suddenly, I remember those posters, Lamar says. I remember this too, Marla says as well. pointing to the signs that read out loud and the order strung across the stage. My whole life, I felt uneasy. When I see the phrase, even if I just have the vending machine, she laughs. I know what you mean, Lamar says softly, but before he can go on, Colin interrupts. Found it. Maybe Jessica admitted there was a door close set in the walls, like the one below the stage, not quite hidden, but not meant to be noticed. It was a painted black like the walls on the room. Jessica turns to the knob and pulls it, but it was stuck tight. Lock, Lamar says. I don't think so. Let me try. Marta says as she grabs the knob and yanks it. It came open, sending her stumbling back. Impressive, Lamar says. Well, that takes care of that, Jason. Makes me tough, Marla grins as she nails down to the squeeze through the small door. It was almost the same as the first room, and a set of 8 TV screens and a large panel of unmarked black buttons. Colin fumbles to find the master switch, reaching his hand into the dark corner. Then, with a click, the power comes back on, and a soft, buzzing sound filled with the room. Rich Bazaar ends up buzzing around and streaming in under the door from the stage lights outside. Jessica and Colin begin switching on the televisions on. They fiddled with the knobs until they were showing pictures, though mostly very dark. From here, they could see a long shot of the main stage, just in the other room, but the rest of the cameras were showing other places and angles. While the first control room had only shot to the main dining room, here they can see the other area of the restaurant, like the party private rooms, which were set with glitter and decorations for the events that had never happened. Hallways and other offices, and even what looked like a storage closet room. The room behind them was visible as well. The camera trained on the out of order sign, now lit with another shades of unruly, and the curtains behind it. On one screen, you can see Jason ducking back into the arcade. Maybe I should go get him, Marta says, but no one responded. Carden started pressing buttons. Spotlight appeared and vanished onto the stage in the main dining room. As he did, illuminating the first one animal and then another, lighting up empty spaces where someone might once have stood. He flipped the switch, and it seemed for a moment that nothing happened. Then Lamar starts laughing, pointing at one of the screens. The pizza decorations limping the walls were spinning wildly, as though they might leap off and go rolling away. I forgot to do that, Lamar says, as Carly brought them slowly to a halt. There was a large black dial to one of the sides of the buttons, and Carden spun it around. It seemed to do nothing. Let me try, Lamar says. He elbows Carden to the side and presses another button. All I was heard was a large pitch whine. They all jumped and as quickly faded to the static hum. Lamar pressed the button again, and the sound was gone. I guess we know what turns the speakers on, Carden says. I bet we can figure out how to play the music, Jessica says. She reaches forward and pushes something else, and the stage lights pop up while the man lights dim. The figure on the main stage suddenly stood out a little, commanding attention. She pushes it again, and the lights fade back to normal. I love that, Carden says. What? Asked Marla. Stage lights, he said. One switch, and it's like the whole other world lights up out there. Another button flickers on the stage lights on and off in the room behind them, while another starts and stops the little merry-go-round. It tinkling music grinding too slowly, like the ride itself was trying to remember how the song went. They managed to get the speakers on again without the feedback whine, but they were just there for static. I have an idea, Jessica says. Pushing to the front of the group, she switches on the static again, as then it starts turning to the knob back and forth. The hum grew lower in pitch and then higher in response to their adjustments. Progress, Carnan said. It's still just static, Marla said, unimpressed. Jessica turns it lower again and snatches her hand from the dial, like she's been bitten and punching the buttons, shutting the speakers off. What? Marla asked. Jessica remained motionless, her hands suspended in the air. What happened? Did it shock you? Conan said. It sounded like a voice, Jessica answered. What did it say? Marla asked, apparently interested again. I don't know. Let me try again. She turned the speaker on, calling forth the static, and lowered the hum as they all listened, intended on the sound as it sank to a lower registry, just below the range of a human voice. They all heard it, grinding in both words, almost too slow and distorted to be considered a speech. They looked at one another. What on earth? Marla said. No, it's just random static. Lamar said. He reached for the controls and dialed the pitch back up slowly for another. Fleeing the moment there was personally sound. That sounds like singing, Colin said. No, Lamar said slowly. More unsure this time. Do it again, Marla said. Lamar did. But this time the static was empty. Is that Charlie? Marla suddenly became focused on a blurry figure moving down the dark halls towards them, sliding along the walls as though remain unnoticed. Charlie was hurrying, almost skipping and trying to find another place to hide. She glanced behind her, vaguely suspecting that John might be cheating. She moved toward the darkness in a colorful glow as the small stage curtains, which is eerie red and blue, onto the oh my god, guys, we're not, oh thank god, we're almost there. And the tables and party hats. Going down the passage has always felt like a long, precipitous journey, one not to be made alone. She kept her gaze fixed behind her, letting the walls behind her guide her step. She knew John was close and probably creeping up on her in the dusk in the dark. Suddenly she backs up into something. Stopping short, she has been moving faster than she thought. Or most likely the halls was not as fast as she remembered. She saw his shadows at the end of the halls. If he turns his head, he would see her without thinking. Charlie climbed up into the platform that she bumped into and ducked behind the curtains, tucking herself behind the walls and a large bulky prop, trying not to breathe. Charlie, he called, still far away. Charlie! Charlie felt her heartbeat quicken. There's been boys she liked, but now and then. But this was different. She wanted him to find her, but not quite yet. As she waited, her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and she was able to make out the shape of the curtain and the edge of the stage. She looked up at the object in front of her. No, her body shuddered, then froze. It was standing over her, and it was the thing from her father's workshop, the misshapen thing that hung in the corner, shaken by random convulsions as its eyes burned silver. Does it hurt? No. Was still? Its eyes were blank and dull. It was staring straight ahead and sensitive, and its arms were hooked, hung, unless at its side. She recognized its eyes, but it somehow got worse, encased with a hollow body and matted with red fur. They call him Foxy, but she knew better. Charlie shrank away, pressing against the walls. Her heart was racing, and her breath was swallowed too fast. Her arms were aching. It felt like something was tugging at her legs, and she felt the sudden itch from it, like she's been contaminated. She wipes her hand violently against her shirt and begins to panic. Run. She sprang away from it, pushing off to the walls to get away, to move before it saw her. But the edge of the stage caught her foot. She stumbled forward momentarily, becoming entangled in the curtain. She struggled to get free when suddenly the thing's arms jerked up and the hook slashed her arm. She ducked away too late and it cut her. The pain was shocking, like freezing water. She tripped backwards and felt herself for long seconds, and then she was caught. Charlie, are you okay? It was John. John is the one who caught her. She tried to nod, but she was shaking. She looked at her arm. There was a cut above the elbow, almost 4 inches long. It was bleeding freely, and she covered it with her hand. The gap between her fingers swelling over as her blood leaked through. What happened? Marla asked, rushing up behind her. Charlie, I'm so sorry. I must have hit a button that caused her to move. Are you okay? Charlie nodded. A little shaky. I'm fine, she said. It's not that bad. She moved her arm around experimentally. See? No nerve, man. No nerve damage, she said. I'll be fine. Carton, Jessica and Lamar came hurrying out of the control room. We should take her to the ER, Conan said. I'm fine, Charlie insisted. She stood up, refusing John's help, and braced herself on the stage for a moment. She heard her Aunt Jen's voice in her head. How much blood have you lost? You don't need to go to the hospital. She could move her arm just fine and would not be to death from this. She just felt dizzy, though. Charlie, you look like a ghost, John said. We need to get you out of here. Okay, she said. Her thoughts were scattered, and the injury hurt less than it should have. She took deep breaths and headed to the exit, grounding herself. John headed her to a piece of cloth, and she puts it to her to cut the slow bleeding. That's right, Toy Bonnie. We're reading the silver ice. Water. Yummers. Thanks, she said. Looking at him, something was missing. Was that your tie? She asked, and he shrugged. Do I look like a tired person? She grinned. I thought it looks good on you. Jason, Marla yelled. As they passed the arcade, move it, or I'm leaving you behind. Jason ran to catch up. Is Charlie okay? He said anxiously. Caught her breath and put her arms around him. She's fine, she reassures him. They walked briskly down the same corridor that they entered, though. Jason looks back as he was being guided out, studying the pictures on the walls once more before losing sight of them. The color lights on the stages were fading, and the flashlights drawing shapes and shadows on everything, making the drawings difficult to see. But Jason could swear he saw the figures moving in the pictures. They all hurried back to the empty building and out to the parking lot, not keeping watch for the guard. When they made it out to the car, Lamar, who grabbed the big flashlight, flipped it on and shone it on Charlie's arm. She looked down at the cut. Do you need stitches? Marla asked. I'm so sorry, Charlie. We were all being careless. It's not your fault, Charlie said. She knew she sounded annoyed, but she didn't mean it to her voice. She was tight and clipped with pain. The shock has worn off, but that doesn't mean the wound had begun to hurt. It'll be fine, Charlie said, and after a long moment the others gave her a somewhat reluctantly. We should at least get you some stuff to clean that up and the bandage it, Marta said, wanting to do something alone in a tone, however, small. There's a 24-hour drugstore just off the main road, Carlin offered. Charlie, why don't you go with Marla and I'll drive your car back to the motel, Jessica said. I'm fine, Charlie protested half-heartedly, but she handed Jessica the keys. You're a good driver, right? Jessica rolls her eyes. People from New York know how to drive, Charlie. John lingered a moment as Charlie was getting into Marla's car. She smiles at him. I'm fine, she says. I'll see you tomorrow. He looks at her like there was something more he wanted to say, but he just nods and leaves. Okay, Marla says. To the drugstore. Charlie twists in her seat to look at Jason. Did you have fun? She asked. The games don't work, he said, obviously preoccupied. The drugstore was only a few minutes away. You stay in the car, Marla commanded Jason as they pulled to the stop. Don't leave me here, Jason pleaded. I told you to stay, she repeated, a little confused by the fear in his voice. He didn't answer, and she and Charlie headed inside. As soon as they were gone, Jason pulled the drawing out of his pocket. He held it up under the faint lights of the parking lot to examine it. It has not changed back. Bonnie the bunny was reaching toward a child, who was facing away from him. Curious, Jason scraped the crayon lines with the fingernails. The wax came out easily, leaving a trace on the paper. As soon as Marta passed into the fluorescent air controlled drugstore, she sighed and put her hand to her temples. Oh, he's such a little brat, she says. I like him, Charlie says honestly. She was still using John's tie to statch the bleeding, and now it's in the brighter light. She peels it back to see the cut. The bleeding has almost stopped. It wasn't as bad as it first appeared, though. The tie was almost ruined. Hey, she said, how come you brought Jason anyways? Marta didn't answer right away, setting her sights on the first aid aisle and heading for it. Here we are. What do you think? Eh? Sure, but don't call me Goulet. Charlie tensed into Marta but was ignored. Marta continues, grabbing the items that are needed. She says, so Jason's dad and our mom has been married since before he was born. I mean, obviously, they're part of getting divorced. I don't know about it, but Jason doesn't. Oh no, Charlie says. They're fighting all the time, Marta went on. And it scares them, you know? I mean, my dad left when I was still a little kid, so I grew up with that. I was used to it. Plus, I got to have a great stepdad. But for him, it's gonna feel like the end of the world. And then they're sure not doing anything to make it easier. They're fighting right in front of us, so I didn't want to leave him alone with that for a week. I'm so sorry, Marla, Charlie said. Yeah, it's okay, Marla said. I'm leaving in a year anyways. I'm just worried about the brat out there. He's really not a brat, Charlie says, and Marla grins. I know, he's pretty great, right? It's kind of like having him around. They paid for the supplies. The clerk, a teenage boy, didn't bat an eye at Charlie, moderating blood spattered appearance. Outside, they sound the hood of the car. Marta starts to open the bottle of antispix, but Charlie held out a hand for it. I can do it myself, she says. Marta looks like she was about to argue, but she swallows whatever she was about to say and hands Charlie the bottle and a piece of glass. As Charlie awkwardly cleans her arm, Marta smiles impulsively. Speaking of people we like to have around with, are you having fun with John? Ah, the stings. I don't know what you mean. Charlie says briefly, suddenly putting her attention on her task. You do too. He's following you around like a little puppy, and you're loving it. Charlie bit back a smile. How about you and Lamar? She retorted. Me and who now? Marta says. Here. She held out a hand for the bloody gauze, and Charlie handed it to her, reaching for a clean strike. You're going to have to let me tape it, Marta says. Charlie nodded and held the gauze in place, and Marta reached for the tape. Come on, Charlie went on. I see the way you look at him. Nope. Mm-mm. Marta smoothed down the last piece of tape and put everything back in the bag. Seriously, Charlie said, as they get back in the car, you're adorable together, and your names are anagrams of each other. Marta and Lamar. It's meant to be. Both laughing as they head back to the motel. We are made it to chapter 5. Let's do the see how many we got. So now we're in chapter 5. Let's see. Oh my god. 114. Guys, we almost done. Like we're actually almost done with the story. Guys, I'll be right back. Go get some water. Some water. Ran out of water. You guys can get a water break too. So we need to stay hydrated. All right, so the water break and it's over. I'm gonna go get some water, have a little snack. So you can still like have a snack and water, but that was like my water break and snack. You ever had like salted like cookies? I don't know if you had just one of those. Those are actually pretty good, like the salted cookies. All right, let us begin and finish this. We're in chapter 5, guys. Man, it's like the Bendy games. Bendy chapter 1, Bendy chapter 2. When they got to the motel, Jessica was already there, and so was John. He stood up when Charlie walked in. I was worried about you. I thought maybe I could sleep on the floor. He waited nervously for a reaction, as though he had realized only upon seeing her that he might have overstepped her boundaries. On another day in another place, Charlie might have been annoyed by an excessive concern. But here in Hurricane, she was glad to have it. We shouldn't all be together, she thought. It's safer. She wasn't really afraid, but uneasy. Still clung to her life like cobwebs, and John's presence had been claiming one ever since they arrived. He was still looking at her, waiting for a response. She smiled at him. As long as you don't mind sharing the floor with us, Jason, she said. He grinned. Just let me have a pillow and I'll be fine. Marla tossed him one, and he stretched it elaborately, set it on the ground, and laid down. They all went to bed immediately. Charlie was exhausted. Now that her injury has been cleaned and bounded, their journey of the night has left her body all at once, leaving her drained, a little shaky. She didn't even bother changing into the pajamas. She just collapsed to the bed next to Jessica, asleep in seconds. Charlie woke just after dawn, when the sky was still pale and a little pink. She looked around the room. The others wouldn't be up for hours, she suspected, but she was too alert to try to fade back into sleep. She grabs her shoes and steps outside over Jason and John's sleeping body. When outside, the motel was set a little way back off the road. Trees spread thick around and beneath it. Charlie sat down on the curb to put her shoes on, wondering if she can go for a walk in the woods without getting lost. The air was crisp and she felt renewed and energized by the brief night's sleep. Her arm hurts, a dull, posing pain that kept drawing her attention, but has not bled through the bandages. Charlie usually found it easy to ignore pain when she knew she was not in danger from it. The woods were inviting, and she decided to risk getting lost. As she was about to stand, John sat down beside her. Moments, he said. His clothes were rumpled from his night on the motel floor, and his hair was a mess. Charlie held back a laugh. What? He said. She shook her head. You look a little like your old self today, she said. He looked down at himself and shrugged. Clothes don't make the man. What are you doing so early? I don't know. Couldn't sleep. What about you? Somebody stepped on me. Charlie went, sorry, she said, and he laughed. I'm just kidding, I was awake. I was going for a walk, she said, pointing at the tree line. Out there somewhere. Do you want to come? Yeah, definitely. They headed into the woods, and John hung back for a moment and retucked his shirt, trying to smooth out the wrinkles. Charlie pretended not to notice because there was no path, and so they made their way through the trees at random, glancing back now and then to make sure they could still make out the motel parking lot. John stumbled over a fallen branch, and Charlie reached out with his her good arm to catch him before he fell. Thanks, he said. Strong arm, too. Well, you got me yesterday, so it's only fair that I catch you back. Now that we're even, she said. She looked around the hotel. The motel was scarcely in sight, and she felt concealed. Made safe by the woods, she can say anything here. It will be right. She leans back against the trees, picking idle at the bark beside her. You know, Freddy's wasn't the first restaurant, she said abruptly, surprising herself and John looking at her quizzically, like he had not heard this before. She didn't want to say it again, but she forced herself to. Freddy's? It was my dad's first restaurant. It was a diner, a little one before my mom left. I had no idea, John said. Where was it? I don't know. It's one of those memories from when you're a kid. The only things you only remember, the ones that are right around you. I remember the linoleum on the kitchen floor. It was this black and white diamond pattern, but I don't remember it where the restaurants were. But I do know what it was called. Oh yeah, John said. We took a vacation to a theme park when I was like 3 or all I remember is the back seat of the car. So we're there. His voice dropped a little quieter when he said it, almost reflexively. Charlie nodded. Yeah, there was a bear and there was a rabbit, I think. Sometimes the details get mixed in my head. They're not like normal memories, she said, needing him to understand the story and the deflects before she told him the rest. It's like when you have a realistic dream, and in the morning you're not sure if it really happened or not. It's just impressions, those snatches of time. She chose off. She wasn't explaining it right. She was choosing on the wrong words. Explaining it, she was reaching back too far into the memory, to a time when she did not yet speak. It was a time when she did not have the words to name the things she saw. And so now, when she tried to recall them, the words could never be right. She looks at John. He was watching her patiently, waiting for her to go on. She wanted to tell the story from her life that she has never told. It was not even a story, not really, just something that nagged at the edge of her mind, something flashy by a random in the corner of her eyes. She was entirely certain it was real, and so she told no one. She wanted to tell John because she wanted to speak it to another person, because he looked at her with trusting eyes, and she knew he would listen and believe her, because he cared for her for a long time, because he had caught her when she fell, and he gave her to sleep and keep watch all night. Slightly cruel part of her, because he was not part of her real life. She can tell him anything, and when she returned home, it would be as though it never happened. She wanted somebody to touch him, have confirmation that he was really there. This was not another dream. She reached out her hand to him, and surprised but glad, he took it. He stayed where he was, as if he wasn't afraid that moving in closer would scare her. They stayed this way for a moment, and then she let go. And she told him the story, the way she spoke in her head, the memories of a small child mixing with the things she had come to understand as she grew older. There was another restaurant, rustic, small, with red checkered clothes on the table, and a kitchen you could see into the dining area. And they were all there together. Her father, her mother, us. Charlie was very young. She was never alone. There was Charlie, and there was a little boy. The little boy so close to Charlie that remembering him was like remembering a part of herself. They were always together. She learned to say we before she learned to say I. They played together on the floor of the kitchen, sometimes drawing pictures while hiding under the hardwood table. She remembered the shuffling of the feet in the shadows of the customers' bylight was broken by a slowly turning fan and thrown across the floor in ribbons. She remembers the smell of ashtrays and the hearty laughter the adults, lost in a good story with their children, played. Very often she would hear her father laughs echoing from the distant corners as he talks with the customers. When Charlie pictures him laughing like that now, it was with a little ache, a second feeling in the center of her chest. Because his eyes were bright and his smile was easy, and because he wanted them to be a part of the restaurant, to share its work freely, because he was not afraid to let his children roam and explore, he was yet untouched by grief. And so, while he looked a little like his father, she truly remembered he was not the same man at all. Charlie was looking down at the ground as she talked, at the dirt and stones and cracked remains of the leaves, and her hand was at her back, stripping bark from the trees. Does that hurt the trees? She thought, and forced her hand away, nodding them in front of her. The restaurant was open until late at night. And so, when they began to falter, Charlie and the little boy were crawling to the pantry with blankets and soft toys to sleep until it was time to close. She remembered using the sacks of flour as pillows, big bags almost as long as they were in the tall. They would snuggle down together and whisper words of nonsense that meant deep things, only to the two of them, as Charlie would drift into the sleep. Half listening to the warm sound of the restaurants, the clank of dishes and the murmur of grown-up talks, and the sound of beer and the rabbits dance to the chiming tunes. They loved the animals, the yellowish brown bear and the matching rabbit who wandered in the restaurant, dancing and singing for the customers, sometimes just for Charlie and the little boy. They sometimes moved stiffly and mechanically, and sometimes fluid human movements. And while the boy liked the animals best when they acted like people, Charlie liked them when they acted stiff in movements, their lifeless eyes, and their glitching fascinated her. They acted alive but were not. The narrow yet bottomless charms between those things, alive and not alive, enthralled her, though she did not never understood why. I think they were costumes, Charlie said now. And still looking down at the ground, the animals weren't always robots. The bear and the bunny were costumes, and sometimes people wore them, and sometimes my father put it into one of those robots. You could always tell which one was one of them by the way they danced. You can water. Yummers. God damn it. And there goes the cap. Yummers. You know what I realized? Why does William Afton even wear these suits if he knows, like, if he made them, why did he even wear them? I know he has a huge ego, but, like, is he dumb? I know William Afton has a huge ego and he, like, felt powerful in the suits, but, like, he still should have known not to wear one of these. I know in the FNAF movie novel that, like, his presence alone is strong enough to control the pizzeria. That's actually kind of wild. Wow. Charlie stopped. There was more, but she could not bring herself to speak. There was something else that made her lock down her mind and force the memory away. The part that made her unwilling to ask Jen for answers, because she was afraid of what those answers might be. Charlie had not dared to look at John the whole time she was talking, staring only at the ground and her hands and her sneakers. Now that she looked at him and he was wrapped, seeming almost to be holding his breath. He waited, not wanting to speak, until he was sure she was finished. That's how I remember, she said, at last, even though it was a lie. Wait, who is the little boy? John said. Charlie shook her head, frustrated that he would not understand. He was mine, she said. My little brother. We were the same. She was speaking childishly, as if the memory has taken a hold of her. Forcing her to rest, she cleared her throat. Sorry, she said, speaking more slowly, trying to choose her words with care. I think he was my twin brother. She saw John open his mouth, about to ask another question. What happened to him? But there must have been something in her face, something of a warning, because he held it back and said instead, do you think that place was around here? I mean, I guess it could have been anywhere. Another state, even? I don't know, Charlie says slowly, looking over her shoulders, then up at the trees. It all feels the same. It feels like I can walk around the corner and it could be there. Her voice begins to break. I want to find it, she added suddenly. And as soon as she said it, it's what she wanted to do. Well, what do you remember about it? John says, almost lunging forward like an eager dog on a lead. He must have been dying to go look for the moment she mentioned the place. Charlie smirked but shook her head. I really don't remember much, she said. I don't know how much it can help I can actually be, but like I don't know the information. I just remember little scraps. They're not information. It's like a picture book. She closes her eyes, trying to see the place in her mind's eye. The floor would shake. She lifts her head as she thought the thoughts would become clear. A train, she asked, as though John would know. I remember this thunderous sound every day. It was the biggest sound I ever heard. I don't mean loud. I mean you can feel it on your whole body, like it was rumbling right through your chest. It must have been close to some tracks then, right, John? Yeah, Charlie said, with a spark of hope. There was a tree out in the front, she went on. It looked like an old angry monster truck, hunched forward and whizzed, with two giant gnarly branches reaching out like arms. Whenever we left for the night, I hid my face in my father's shirt so I wouldn't have to see what walked in. What else? John said. Were there stores? Are there restaurants? No. I mean, I don't think so. Sorry. She scratches her head. It's all gone. It's not enough, John says. A little frustrated. It could be anywhere. A train, a tree. There must be something else you can remember. Anything? No, Charlie says. The more she pushes herself to remember, the harder it got. She was grasping blindly, and it was like trying to get a hold of a living creature, as if the memories saw her coming and step away. She tossed out the fragments as she managed to catch them. The tablecloths, red and white, check and made of red real cloth, not plastic. She remembers grabbing at one, unsteady on her feet, and the whole table settled, falling down on top of her, plates and glasses shattering around her as she covered her head. Charlotte, are you okay? Her father's voice seems clearer than before. There's a squeaky floorboard in the corner of the diner that Charlie likes to push on, making it sing as if it was made music. There was a picnic table out back when they used to sit in the sun, one leg sinking in the soft ground. There was a song her parents used to sing in the car whenever they came from a trip. They would burst into it when they were little way back from home, and then they would start laughing as if they did something clever. It's nothing helpful, Charlie says, just kid stuff. She felt a little lightheaded. She had spent so many years avoiding these memories. Her mind shifted away from the stakes. Having done it, it felt like she's strange and a little guilty, like she has done something wrong. But she also felt like she's something that might have been joy. And the things she has never allowed herself to think of, the memories, the times where she's felt unsafe, things were like traps ensnared into very substance, but these were like precious things among them. Sorry, she said. I can't remember more. No, that's really impressive. I can't believe you remember that far back, she says. I didn't mean to push you, he added. A little sheepish, then looks thoughtfully. What was that song? I think it was the same one they danced at Freddy's, Charlie said. No, the one your parents sang in the car? Oh, she said, I don't remember it. It wasn't really a song, you know. It was just a little line. She closes her eyes, picturing the car, trying to envision the back of her parents' head, as though she was still in the back seat. She waited, trusting her mind to give it up, and after a moment, she hummed it. It was just 6 notes. We're back in harmony, she sang. And they, harmonized, she added. Embarrassed by her parents even now, John's expression was blank for a moment, as the words at first seemed meaningless. But then his eyes lit with promise. Charlie, there's a town north out here called New Harmony. Huh? Was all she could say for a moment. She listened to the words in her head, wanting them to set off an inspiration trip, a memory, but they did not. I feel like I should ring a bell, but it doesn't, she said. Sorry, I mean, doesn't sound wrong, but doesn't sound right either. She was disappointed, but John still had that thoughtful look on his face. Come on, he said, extending his arms. Charlie wiped her cheek and took a shaky breath, then looked to him. She nodded with an exhausted smile and got to her feet. Should we wait for everyone to wake up? John said as they emerged into the parking lot. No, Charlie said with an unexpected wry miss. I don't want everyone there for this, she added. in a softer tone. Just the thought of the whole group going along made her anxious. It was too risky, too private. She had no idea what they might or do to her if she couldn't find the thoughts of making those discoveries with an audience. Okay, John said, just us then. Just us. Charlie went inside and grabbed her keys, moving slowly so to not disturb the others. As she was heading back to the door, Jason stirred and opened his eyes, looking up at her like he wasn't quite sure who she was. She put a finger to her lips. He nodded sleepily, closed his eyes again, and she hurried out the door, tossing the keys to John, and got in the passenger seat. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god. Alrighty, guys, it's almost over. I guess. There's a map in here, she said, tossing it over the glove box door. The map fell out in amid a pile of hands, warmer and emergency food rations. You're on strikes again, John smiles. Charlie held the map just a few inches in from her face. Her New Harmony was close, only about a half hour away. Think you can navigate? He asked. Aye, aye, Captain, Charlie says. Turn left and out the lot. Thanks, he said, rolling. They drove back from the town and out to the other side. The houses was far and farther between as they went. Each one stood solidly connected only by sagging power lines. Charlie watched the telescope pull in the dipping wires repeatedly as they would go on forever. And then blink, breaking the spell. Ahead of them, the mountains rose up ancient and dark against the clear blue sky. They looked more solid than anything else around them, more real, and maybe they were. They had been here watching long before the hours, long before the roads, and they would been here long after they were gone. Nice day, John says, and she looks at him, tearing her gaze from the view. Yeah, Charlie says, I kind of forgot how beautiful it is out here. Yeah, he said. He was quiet for a moment, then looks at her sideways, and Charlie couldn't tell if he was being shy or just keeping his eyes on the road. It's weird, he said at last. When I was a kid, the mountains kind of scared me, especially when we were driving in the dark. They're like some monstrous beasts looming over us. He laughs a little, but Charlie did not know what I didn't know what you mean, she said. Then grins at him. You think you're Hey, she said suddenly. You never told me what your story was about. My story? He flicks his eyes at her again, a little nervous. Yeah, you said you got a story published. What was it about? I mean, it was just a little magazine, just local, he said reluctantly. Charlie waited, and finally he continued. It's called The Little Yellow House. It's about a boy, he said. He's 10 years old, his parents are fighting all the time, and he's afraid they're gonna get a divorce. They fight, and he overhears them saying awful things to each other, and he hides in his room with the door shut, but he can still hear them. So he looks into the window and at the house across the street. They sort of keep their curtains open just enough they can glimpse inside. He watches them going in and out of the house, this family, and he starts making up stories about them, imagining who they are and what they do. And after a while, they start feeling more real to him than his own family. He glances at Charlie again as he tries to gauge her reaction. Charlie smiles as he went on. So summer comes and his family goes away for a week. It's miserable, and when they come back, a family in the house across the street has moved away. There's nothing left, just a for sale sign in front of them. Charlie nods, waiting for him to continue, but he looks a little sheepish. That's the end, he said. Oh, she said. That's really sad. He shrugged him. He guessed. I'm working on something happy now, though. And what's that? He grins at her. It's a secret. Charlie smiles back. It felt good to be out here. Good to just be driving out into the horizon. She cranks the window down and puts her arm into the air, enjoying the feel of the rushing wind. It's not wind rushing. It's us, she thought. What about the you? John said. What about me? Charlie said, still happily playing against the wind. Come on, what's the life of Charlie like these days? Charlie smiles at him and pulls her arm back into the car. I don't know, she said. Pretty boring. There was a part of her that didn't want to tell him the reason she wanted him with her now. She did not want her new life to be mixed with the old. But John has told her something real, something personal, and she felt like she owed him the same in return. It's alright, she said. My aunt is cool, even if she does sometimes look at me like she does not quite sure where I came from. School's fine, I have friends and all that, but it feels so temporary. I have another year. It feels like everything is already gone. Gone where? John asked, and Charlie shrugs. I wish I knew. College, I guess. I'm not sure. I guess what comes next? Nobody ever knows what comes next, I guess, he says. Do you? He stops himself, but she prods him. Do I what? She says teasingly. Do I ever think of you? He flushes and she instantly regrets the words. I was going to say, do you ever think of your mom? He says quietly. Oh, she says. No, I don't. It exhausted Charlie to think of her mother, and she thought her mother felt the same. Too much hung between them, not quite blame, because neither of them were to blame for what happened, but something close to it. Their pain individually radiated off them, both like auras, pushing at each other like magnets, with the pole reverse forcing them apart. Charlie, John was saying her name. She looked up at him. Sorry, she said. I drifted for a second. You got any music in the car? He asked, and she nodded eagerly, seizing on the diversion. She looked over at the car, picking up a cassette, scattered on the floor. She looked reading the labels. He made fun of her tapes. She argued back, and after some playful bickering, she tucked the tape into the player and settled back to stare at the windows. I think this is where the map usefully ends, John gestured to the road ahead. The whole area pretty much looks blank. I think what we're looking for isn't going to be much help here. He folded the map and tucked it neatly to the side of the seat, craning his neck out the window to see what they were passing. Yep, she says. Looks like the return of civilization. Single house littered the fields, and dirt road branches off in all directions. The landscape was mostly brushes and short trees, the whole area nestled between rows of lying mountains. No, we good. Okay. One, two, three. Where were we? Already, we're almost done, guys. John looks at Charlie, hoping she would notice something that would point them in the right direction. Nothing, he says. Thorough, her blank stare has already given him the answer. No, she says plainly. She didn't want to elaborate. The house became fewer and more scattered, and the fields of the dry bush seemed to stretch wider, giving the whole area a feeling of desolation. John found himself glancing over at Charlie at short intervals, waiting for a signal, half expecting her to tell him to stop and turn around. But Charlie just stared into the distance. Her eyes were fixed on nothing but resting her cheek in her hand. Let's go back, she said finally, sounding resigned. We could have missed something, John said. He slowly goes to the car, looking for a spot to make a U-turn. We missed a lot back there, making it down one of those dirt roads. Charlie laughs. Really, you think we missed a lot? She grew thoughtfully. No, none of this feels right. Nothing rings a bell. She felt a tear spill onto her cheek as she swipes it away before John can notice. Okay, no worry, Charlie said abruptly, pulling herself back from reverie. Let's grab a bite, just you and me. John smiles, still checking his mirror for the place to turn. Charlie shivers as then something caught her eye. She almost jumps in her seat. Sitting straight up, stop, she shouted. John slammed on the brakes and the car skidded. Dust blowing around the car. When they stopped, Charlie sat silently as John checks the mirror, his heart racing. Are you okay? He said, but Charlie was already out of the car. Hey, he called after her, scrambling out of his seat belt and rushing to lock the car behind him. Charlie was running back toward the town, but her eyes were on the field besides the road. Okay. He caught up quickly, trotting around beside her. Without any question, after a few minutes, Charlie slowly and began shuffling her feet on the ground, peering down as though she has lost something small and valuable in the dirt. Charlie, John said. Until this moment, he has not thought about what it was they were doing. It was an adventure. A chance to be alone with Charlie to run off with a clue. But she was trying to worry him. He brushed his hair back from his face. Charlie, he said again. His voice was touched in concern, but Charlie did not look at him. She was intent on whatever she has found. Right here, she said. She made a sharp turn toward the edge of the full road, where something purred and snaked across the ground. John kneeled carefully, brushing some of the loose dirt with his hands and exposing a flat metal beam. He kept going, uncovering the track that stretches across the road and went off with the fields in both directions. It took him a moment to speak, as it was though the earth was itself trying to conceal it from him. Be careful, he thought, with a pang of alarms. But he brushed aside the feeling. I think we found your tracks, he said, looking up at Charlie, but she was nowhere in sight. Charlie, he took a quick look at the road. No cars. Charlie, he called again, waving the dust away from his face and racing to catch up. When he reached her, he hung back a little, afraid to disturb the intense focus. There was a cluster of trees up ahead, gathered together as though around a campfire, tall and short and straggly. Charlie dragged her foot along the tracks as she walked in. As it might have vanished, she ceased to touch it. What is this? An old station? John asked, squinting and blocking out the sun with his hand. There was a long building nestled in the trees. Its color blended in with the small grove, making it difficult to spot. The track veered away, heading off toward the mountains, and Charlie stopped dragging her foot along them. And then Charlie looked into John as John finally caught up, and they walked through the dry grass together toward the grove of the trees. Not far away now. There has to be a road, Charlie strayed almost randomly. Heading away from the building, John hesitated, but he gestured toward the building, then followed her, looking back to make sure he knew the way back to the car. Before long, the ground level beneath their feet, old pavement, broken with the weed mounds of crumbly rocks, stretched across the field in a narrow path. This is it, Charlie said softly. John approached her carefully, then stood at her side. They walked at the end of the road together as they began dodging the pillars of grass that shot up from the breaks and holes. The trees were there. The one with reaching arms and a ghastly face was no longer frightening. Though Charlie resembled, it must have been dead when she was a child. She realizes the limbs have fallen off, leaving jagged holes where they have been, and they lay where they fell, rotting on the ground. The tree seemed a frail and weak, a former of its old self, only recognizable by the stump and its side that made a face, and the face even looked tired. The building itself was a long decrepit, and it was single story with dark roof and weathered beaten walls. The place had once been painted red, but this time sun and red was won over by the paint. It was peeled and curling, whole long stripes of it gone, and the wood beneath showing dark with what might have been rotten, and foundations was overgrown with tough grass. Charlie thought it looked like it was sinking, as though the whole structure was slowly being swallowed by the earth. Charlie grasped John's arm as they neared go in it. They let go and straightened her back. She felt as though she was preparing for a fight, as if the building itself might attack if it sensed weakness. Charlie went rarely up at the few steps to the door, sticking to the edges and testing the wood before she let down her full weight. The stairs held, but there were soft, splintering patches in the middle. She didn't want to try. John didn't follow her right away, sidetracking by something nearly hidden in the grass. He held it up, a battered metal sign with the painted words, Fredbear's Family Diner, in a red script. Charlie gave a gentle smile. Of course, this is it. I'm home. John came up the stairs, behind her and set the sign down carefully by the door, and they went inside. The door swung open easily, light streaming through the windows on the sides, revealing emptiness in the case. Unlike Freddy's, this place has seemed cleaned out. The wooden floors seemed intact, but they were warped from the weather. Sunlights were streaming in, obstruct, and went through without furniture on people to block the oath in its path. Charlie looked up at the ceiling fan. It was still there, but one of the blades were missing. They were doubled down to the doors to the right with the circular windows. Unlike the dining area, which was breached with its sunlight, the room behind the doors was still pitch black. John was more interested in this than Charlie, and he carefully peered into one of the windows, obviously tempted to nudge it open and see what was inside. Charlie left him to his curiosity and walked in farther into the dining room, which he knew was now only a dining room to memory. Now it has vacated into a lonely room stretching long and narrow, at least 50 feet, growing darker as it went. There was a slightly elevated stage at the end of the room, and Charlie realized as she looked around the place has probably once been only a dance hall and a long desk by the entrance that her parents had used as a cash register. Probably has been a bar. She went over in to see if she was right. There was only grooves and scratches in the wood floors, where bar stools had once dug their feet. She tried to picture it, a dark bar with a country western band playing on the stage, but she could not. When Charlie looked at the stage, she could still see the two animatronics in the shadows, moving in unnatural twists and turns. She could hear the echoes of the carnival music and distant laughter. She could still smell the cigarette smokes in the air. She hesitated before going farther, as though the ghost she remembered might linger on the stage. She tried to remember the glimpse of where John was. He finally had the door to the kitchen have open and was sticking his head inside. Charlie turns her attention to the back of the stage, and even across the creaking floor. Even the smallest sound was deafening, accompanied by the faint whispers as the wind slipped through the cracks. In the window on the walls, strips of wallpaper has peeled down and hung flat against the walls, inserting into a breeze, lifting them up, and they wag like thin fingers, pointing at Charlie as she walks. Charlie stood at the base of the stage, studying the floor carefully for a trace of what might have been there before. All that remains where holes and bolts have once been. The corner looks blackening with the shapes of coil and wires, dirt and wood. Everything is all gone. Her head directs toward the corner of the right. There was another door. Of course there's another door. This is why you are here. She stood still looking at the door, but she's not ready to touch the door yet. She was grasped with a strange and logical fear. Although spiders and boogeymans might come out rushing out, the door was ajar. Charlie looked back toward John again, hesitated to go on without him, as though he heard her calling to him. He leaned out the kitchen door with an wide-eyed expression. This is really creepy. He was obviously enjoying himself, this like a kid in a haunted house. Can you come with me? Charlie pleaded, came as a surprise to John, who seemed pleased but irritated at the same time. Having been enjoying his own adventure on the other side of the building, 2 seconds, he promised, then disappeared again. She rolled her eyes, disappointed, but not surprised that his childish curiosity would take priority. She rested the back of her head against the aged wooden door and gently guided it open, bracing herself again, whatever might be inside. Guys, we have like one, two, three. We're almost done, guys. My speaker was on. The TV speaker was on. Anyways, I'm not sure we're gonna like finish the whole entire thing today. Maybe we'll just finish this. Like we'll finish this chapter. I really wanted to finish all this, but like the runtime. Holy crap! All right, let's keep reading. We're almost done. We are not almost done. Jesus Christ. Where were we? Jesus Christ. Okay. I think we were here. Where were? Oh my God, guys! Oh, here we are. Her head jerked toward the corner to the right. There was another door. Of course, there's another door. This is why you are here. She stood still, looking at the door, but not ready to touch it. She was grasped with a strange, illogical fear. Although spiders and boogeymans might be rushing out, the door was ajar. Charlie looked back toward John again, hesitated to go on without him, as though he heard calling to him. Oh wait, no, we already read this part. Whatever she's been expecting, this wasn't it. It was a closet, the inside extending off to her left, about 8 or 9 feet into the darkness. There were horizontal poles, mounting along the walls, where hangered has once been. Squared shapes imprinted in the dust filled her mind with the images of boxes, maybe speakers. As she stepped inside, she pushed the doors open all the way, trying to let in as much light as possible. As she walked farther in, she let her hand drag along the walls. Although nothing was there for now, she could feel heavy clothes, coats, and sweaters hanging. No, these were costumes. Costumes had hung themselves in the dark, hiding their colors but allowing themselves to be felt by every cheek and small hands that passed through. Rubber palms. Yeah, guys, rubber palms. Rubber palms and finger sways this way and that. Reflection on false eyes pass overhead. Charlie reached the end of the torch to look back. She crouched down and looked up to the empty space. It didn't feel empty. She could feel the costumes that were hanging around there. There was someone else in the closet with her, kneeling down at her height. It was her friend, the little boy. My little brother. They were both playing hide and seek together, as they always did. This time it was different. The little boy looks up toward the door, suddenly as though they had been caught doing something they should have been doing. Charlie looks up at the well. There was a figure in the door. It looked like one of the costumes standing on its own, but it was motionless, so still that Charlie wasn't sure what she was seeing. It was the rabbit, the yellowish brown rabbit they loved, but it did not dance or sing. It just stood there and stared at them unblinkingly. They began to squirm up under its gaze, and the little boy screwed up its face to the wall. Charlie pinched his arm, seized with an unsensual sense that it must not cry. The rabbit looked back and forth from one to another. It looked too human-like, pondering as though weighing and measuring them in some way that Charlie could not understand, like it's making a momentous decision. Charlie could see its eyes, its human's eyes, and she was cold with terror. She felt the fear in her brother as well. It felt like it's echoing between them, reverberating and growing because it was shared. The creature inside that patchwork, ragged, yellow rabbit suit reached forward for the boy. There was a moment, one single moment, when the children still clung together, gripping hands, but the rabbit snatched the boy, yanking them apart, and fled. From that moment, the entire memory shattered with piercings and screams. Not her brother, but her own. People rushed to help. Her father picked her up. Everyone they tried to pick her up, but nothing could console her. She screamed and screamed louder and louder. Charlie snapped back from her dream, the sound still high and painful in her ears. She was crouched down in silence. John stood at the door, not daring to interrupt. She did not remember much of what happened next. Everything was dark. It was all blur of images and facts. She had pieced together later things she might have remembered or others she might have imagined. She was never in the restaurant again. She knew her parents shuttered the doors immediately. Oh, the God. Then they moved the new house, and Charlie's mother left a little while after that. Charlie did not remember her saying goodbye, although she knew her mother must have. Her mother would not have left without a goodbye, but it was all just a loss in the midst of time and grief. Like so much else, she remembers the first time she stood in the doorway of her father's workshop. The first day he began to build her a mechanical toy, a little dog who tilts his head from side to side. She smiles when she saw it finished, and her father looked at her the way he would look at her for the rest of his life, as though he loved her more than life itself, and as though he loved made him unbearably sad. She knew even that something vital inside him has made him broken, something that could never be repaired. Sometimes he seems to look right through her, as if he couldn't see her even when she was standing right in front of him. Her father never again spoke her brother's name, and so Charlie learned not to speak it, even as though to speak it would send him back to the time and unravel them both. She woke in the mornings and looked for the little boy, having forgotten in her dreams that he was gone. When she turns to where he would be and saw Honey, her stuffed toy, she would cry, but she would not say his name. She was afraid to even think it, and she would trap her mind to shrink from it. Oni truly forgot, but deep inside she knew Sammy. A rumbling sound rose loud and low like a train passing, and Charlie startled. A train? She looked around her and eyes was present, disoriented, but not sure if she was in the past or present. It's okay. I don't think it's anywhere near here. Might just be a big truck. John took Charlie's arm and pulled her to her feet. Did you remember something? He whispered. He was trying to catch her gaze, but she focused elsewhere. A lot, Charlie pulls her hands to her mouth, but still staring into the darkness. It's like she could see the scene. John's hand was on her arm, on the anchor. She clung fast to it. This is real. This is now, she thought. She turns to him and seizes by a fear gratitude that if he was there with her, she buried her face in his chest, as if his body could shield her from what she had seen, and she let herself cry. John hugged her tight, one hand by hand, cautiously stroking her hair. They strayed that way for long moments, and as last as she calmed her breathing deeply, and even again John loosened up his grip on her. As soon as he did, Charlie stepped back, suddenly aware of how close they had been. John's hands was suspended in mid-air from where Charlie's been. After a moment of shock, he lowered one of them and used the other to scratch his head. So he hoped for an answer to fill the silence. A rabbit, Charlie said calmly, looking towards the doorway. A yellow rabbit. Her voice became graver as the images were still fresh in her mind. The one I saw the night Michael disappeared, the bear, I'm pretty sure he was yellow too. I thought you said it was like the others, Charlie said. I thought it was too. When everyone said Freddy was brown that night the first time we met, I just thought it was remembering that wrong. I mean, I really don't have a great memory for back then, I didn't remember. What color was my old house? But then you said he was yellow. Yeah, they were yellow, she nodded. It was the answer he was expecting. I think it's connected with the animals from here, and the ones I saw at Freddy's, and the one that took my brother, Charlie thought. She took a final look at the place. And let's go back, she said. I want to get out of here. Okay, John says. As they head toward the door, a small object caught Charlie's eye. She snatches it up. It's a twist piece of metal, and as John watches goes by, she stretches it out. As it snaps back together with a loud crack, like a whip, John jumps. What is that? He says, composing himself. I'm not sure, she says, but she slips into her pocket. John was watching her like there was something he wanted to say. Let's go, Charlie says. They begin to drive back to the car. As Sammy, then years later, Michael and the other kids, of course, it's connected. Charlie thought lightning might strike back twice, but not murder. Can you drive again? She asked her after a long period of silence. So far, have been in their shoes, crunching through the dry glass. Yeah, of course, he said. John managed to get the car turned around in a constricted space. Oh my god. And Charlie settled against the window. Her eyes half closed already. Uh, she watched the trees fly outside her window and felt herself beginning to doze. The metal object in her pocket was digging into her legs, keeping her awake, and she repositioned it, thinking dreamily of the first time she saw one of those things. She was sitting with Sammy in the restaurant before it opened for the day. They were under a window in a dusty beam of light, playing some invented game she could no longer remember. And their father came over grinning. He had remembered something to show them. He held up a piece of a twisted metal and he showed them how to open it. They let it snap back in their hand. They both cried out in surprise. Then they started to giggle and clap in their hands. Their father did it again. I could snap off your nose, he said. And again they laughed, but quickly his face turned serious. I mean it, he said. This is a spring lock. This is a spring lock. Guys, you know about spring lock? Boo. Yeah, guys, with her chica. Got weird chica right there, like very spooky. These are the FNAF dog tags. Look at that. The dog tag doesn't even exist anymore. Man, speakers are. Y'all ever had an Alexa? No. You know the Blumhouse movie Afraid? I don't think no one's seen Afraid. They didn't even promote that movie. That movie just came out and like no one remembers it. I mean, I saw it, but like I didn't see it in theaters. I don't think anyone remembers Afraid. It's a movie that exists. Alright. Can you drive again? She asked after a long period of silence. The only sound so far had been their shoes crunching to the dry grass. Wait, the shoes would be crunching to the grass? Grass doesn't make sound, guys. Oh my god, Alexa. Yeah, of course, he said. John managed to get the car turned around in the constricted space, and Charlie settled against the window. Her eyes half closed already, she watched the trees fly by outside her window and felt herself beginning to doze. The metal object in her pocket was digging into her leg, keeping her awake, and she repositioned it, thinking dreamily of the first time she saw one of those things. She was sitting with Asami in the restaurant before it opened for the day. They were under a window in a dusty beam of light, playing some invented game. The game, y'all know that you can make like Alexis like talk about William Afton. I just think yeah, this is something you guys should know. Like you can just be like, hey, tell me who William Afton is, and then it would just like it's like a Wikipedia, and like the person can tell you. Or like Surrey, like you got Surrey, right? Then you go tell her, tell me who William Afton is. Anyways, she was sitting with Sammy in the restaurant. Oh wait, no, I already got. Wait, oh my god, this is a spring lock, and I want you to know how it works. because it's very dangerous, and I don't ever want you to touch these. This is why we never put our hands in the animal costumes. It's very easy to trigger these. If you don't know what you're doing, then you can get hurt. It's like touching the stove. Do we ever touch the stove? They shook their heads with a solemnity beyond their years. Good, because I want you both to grow up with all your arms. He cries and he sweeps them up, one in each arm, swinging them around as they laugh. Suddenly, there's a loud snap. Charlie jumps out of sleep. What was that? What was that? John said. The car was off. Charlie looked around and they were back at the motel. Charlie took a moment to orient herself, then gave a reluctant smile. Thanks for driving. What were you dreaming about? John said. You look happy. Charlie shook her head. I don't remember. Alright, so we made it to chapter 6, guys. How many pages do we got? Jesus Christ. Why are the FNAF books so long? Alright, so we made it to chapter 6. Let's see how much we have. Oh, we really, like, look at the counting the pages, guys. 42. Water break. Welcome back, my mashed potatoes. We're back. Y'all heard that they're making a Hello Neighbor movie? We live in the world where, like, FNAF gets a movie, Poppy Playtime gets a movie, Bendy gets a movie. What else got a movie? Uh, oh wait, no, that doesn't exist. Slenderman movie doesn't exist. What? Like, what a world, right? Where, like, What's next? The Garden of Banban movie? Oh no. I know the Garden of Banban movie is gonna happen eventually, right, guys? Like, let's not deny it. They're gonna make that. Alright. It's time to read chapter 6, guys. We're almost done. The other car was gone from the lot, and when they were in the room, there was notes on Charlie's pillow, written in Marla's big loopy handwriting. We're meeting for dinner at 6:30, and then going to you know where. She had it written, see you too soon. Don't forget about the rest of us. XOXO, Marla. She has drawn a smiley face and a heart below her drawings. Neat, Charlie smiled to herself, folding a note and slipping it into her pocket without showing it to John. What did it say? He asked. We have to meet them at the diner. She checked her watch an hour. John nodded. He was still standing in the doorway, waiting for something. What? Charlie said. I need to go change, he said, gesturing at the rumble clothing he was wearing. Can I take your car? He held up the keys and jangled them. Of course. Alright, guys, let me just go sit in my bed. I'm gonna go sit in my bed and read this, alright? We're gonna read it right there, alright? I'm already sitting in a chair. It's time to get comfy. We're gonna read it right there. As you can see, Freddy Fazbear. Alright, I'm gonna read. Alright, it's time to read. And alrighty. The keys and jingle them. Of course, just come back for me, Charlie says with a grin. He smiles. Of course, he adds with a wink. When the door closes behind him, Charlie lets out a sigh. Alone at last. She was unaccustomed to so much company. She and Aunt Jen move in their own orbits, meeting gladly from time to time throughout the day, but with the assumption that Charlie could take care of her own needs or would speak up if she could not. Charlie never spoke up. She could feed herself, get to school and back, and maintain her high grades and casual friendships. What can Aunt Jen do about nightmares? About questions she did not really want the answers to. What could Aunt Jen tell her that was not even more horrific than she already knew? So she was not used to the substance presence of other people, and it was a little tiring. She showered quickly and put on new clothes, jeans, a black t-shirt, then laid on the bed. Staring up to the ceiling, she had a vague sense that her mind should be racing with excitement or horrors at their discovery. Going over the memories she has awakened, searching for something new. Instead, she just felt blank. She wanted to be left alone, to push the memories up to the back of her mind, where they belong. After what seems like a few short minutes, there was a knock on the door, and Charlie sat up, checking her watch. More time has passed, as she realizes it was time to leave. She lets John in. I had to put my shoes, she says. She looks up at him as she knots the laces. He had changed, this time it was the jeans and the t-shirt, a contrast with the formal clothes she has gotten used to. His hair was still wet, and there was something fresh and bright about him. She smiled a little. What? He said, when he noticed. Nothing, he said. You still look dirty. She jokes as she pushes him past him. They got in the car, and this time she drove, and when they reached the diner, Charlie turned off the engine and hesitated, not moving to leave the car. John, she said, I don't want to tell anybody about Fredbear's. But he stopped himself. Yeah, he said, I think you can forget this is your life, not just some adventure. It's fine, I keep a secret. It's all our lives, she said. We were all there. We can tell them later. I just want to sort something out for myself right now. You got it, he says.
and he looks a little pleased. Charlie knew why it was a secret between them, something she entrusted only to him. When they went inside, everyone was already halfway through the diner. Charlie realizes with a sharp pang that has not eaten all day, and she found herself suddenly starving. The waitress spots them and they sat down and came over immediately. They talk immediately. Lamar, Jason, Marla has gone to the movies, and Carter and Jessica has played video games at his house. But their conversation was courteously, just filling the time as they ate. Charlie barely listened. She had the feeling that even those who were talking would pay little attention to their own words. There was an elevated energy among the group. They were all just waiting, their minds focused on Freddy's. Alright. What about you two? Jessica asked. Looking at Charlie and John. Yeah, what about you two? Marla echoes with a twinkle in her eye. We just went for a drive, John says quickly. Got lost for a bit. Bet you did, Quarden mumbles into his burger, grinding stiffly even though his mouth was full. After dinner, the group huffles through the mall and towards the restaurant, hushing cautiously as they pass through the atrium. The shoes made only soft sounds on the tilted floor, and no one spoke. Charlie had left the big flashlight in the car. They knew their way well enough by now, and the guard has almost seen them from the night before. There was no reason to risk trying extra attention. They came to the end of the halls, and Lamar at the front of the group stopped short. Charlie bumped into the Marta before, and she realized what was happening, and she murmured an apology and froze. The night guard was blocking the alley behind Freddy's, his arm folded across his chest. He had no flashlight, so he was invisible and hidden in the darkness until they were upon them. I had a feeling you wouldn't leave it alone, he said, with an odd, uneven smile. Marla whispers something unpleasant under her breath. I couldn't have you arrested for trespassing, he said. Saw you here last night, but I couldn't see where you got to. So I guess now I know, he added with a smirk. There was something almost immediately off-putting about the man. He was tall and slightly too thin for the uniform, which bagged at the shoulders and the waist, as if he was once been a more robust man, but has lost his form somehow to illness or tragedy. His name tag reading Dave hung anew on his chest. His skin was sallow, his eyes were uncut by heavy lines, adding to the impression of a long-lasting ill health. Why were you all doing here back here anyways? He demanded. You kids partying? Drugs? I could have you arrested right now, you know? Charlie and John glanced at each other. We're sorry, Lemur said quickly. We'll go. We don't have any drugs. Says who? The guard roared, an odd expression, and his words were harsh and fast. He seems not to be responding to what they were saying. He looked angry, but his mouth was kept quirking at the corners like he was trying not to smile. What do we do? Jessica whispers. Probably the most action he's ever done out here. Corden says with a hint of disdain, and Charlie remembers suddenly that Corden's father is a cop. She remembers him in his uniform, tilting down in the dark sunglasses at them with a mock glare, then smiling, revealing the joke. The guard, however, looks like he meant it. We'll go, Lamar said again. Sorry. Charlie looks at the man, considering him the ill fitting uniform, his peaky, almost exhausted looking features. He really looked like he could kick them off the property or even have them arrested for trespassing. Alright, guys, I think I'll just end it here.